Wage, Labor, and Capital. Wages, Price, and Profit. Karl Marx. Foreign Languages Press. Foreign Languages Press. Collection, Foundations. #2. Contact flpress@protonmail.com. https Foreign Languages Press. Paris. 2020. ISBN 978-2. 491,182. 17.5. His edition of Wage, Labor, and Capital is a reprint of the first edition. Foreign Languages Press, Peking, 1978, which follows the 1891 German edition. Wages, Price, and Profit is a reprint of the first edition. Fifth printing. Foreign Languages Press, Peking, 1975, which follows the text in Marx and Engels. Selected works. Foreign Languages Publishing House, Moscow, 1951. Valdilot UMT. His book is under license, attribution, non-commercial Sharia-like, 4 International, CC by NCSA 4. KTPAs, creativecommons.org, licenses by NCSA 4. Contents. Introduction to Wage, Labor, and Capital. Friedrich Engels, 1891, 1-1. Wage, Labor, and Capital. Karl Marx, 1849. Chapter 115. Chapter 2, 21. Chapter 3, 27. Chapter 4, 33. Chapter 5, 39. Wages, Price, and Profit. Karl Marx, 1865. Preliminary 49. 1. Tide. Production and Wages, 51. 2. Production, Wages, Profits, 55. 3. Wages and Currency, 65. 4. 4. Supply and Demand, 69. 5. Wages and Prices, 71. 6. Taiwan, Homaunors, Homosexual, Eternally. Value and Labor, 75. 7. Laboring Power, 83. 8 tons. Production of Surplus Value, 87. 9. Value of Labor, 89. 10 tons. Profit is made by selling a commodity at its value, 91. 11. The different parts into which surplus value is 93. Decomposed. 12. General relation of profits, wages, and prices, 97. 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resist, 99. Aiming their fall. 14. The struggle between capital and labor and its 107. Results. Introduction. Wage, Labor, and Capital. Friedrich Engels, 1891. Introduction. Introduction on. Pointetti. The following work appeared as a series of leading articles in the New Rheinische Zeitung from April 4, 1849, onward. It is based on the lectures delivered by Marx in 1847 at the German Workers' Society in Brussels. The work as printed remain a fragment. The words at the end of number 269. To be continued, remained unfulfilled in consequence of the events which just then came crowding one after another. The invasion of Hungary by the Russians, the insurrections in Dresden, Iserlohn, Elberfeld, the Palatinate and Baden, 4 which led to the suppression of the newspaper itself, May 19, 1849. The manuscript of the continuation was not found among Marx's papers after his death. Wage Labor and Capital has appeared in a number of editions as a separate publication in pamphlet form, the last being in 1884 by the Swiss Cooperative Press, Hattingen, Zurich. The editions hitherto published retained the exact wording of the original. The present new edition, however, is to be circulated in not less than 10,000 copies as a propaganda pamphlet, and so the question could not but force itself upon me whether, under these circumstances, Marx himself would have approved of an unaltered reproduction of the original. In the 40s, Marx had not yet finished his critique of political economy. This took place only towards the end of the 50s. Consequently, his works, which appeared before the first part of a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, differ in some points from those written after 1859, and contain expressions and whole sentences which, from the point of view of the later works, appear askew and even incorrect. Now, it is self-evident that in ordinary editions intended for the general public, this earlier point of view also has its place, as a part of the intellectual development of the author, and that both author and public have an indisputable right to the unaltered reproduction of these older works, and I should not have dreamed of altering a word of them. It is another thing when the new edition is intended practically exclusively for propaganda among workers. In such a case, Marx would certainly have brought the old presentation dating from 1849 into harmony with his new point of view, and I feel certain of acting as he would have done. 1. Wage, Labor, and Capital. In undertaking for this edition the few alterations and additions which are required in order to attain this object in all essential points, I therefore tell the reader beforehand, this is not the pamphlet as Marx wrote it in 1849, but approximately as he would have written it in 1891. The actual text, moreover, is circulated in so many copies that this will suffice until I am able to reprint it again, unaltered, in a later complete edition. My alterations all turn on one point. According to the original, the worker sells his labor to the capitalist for wages. According to the present text, he sells his labor power. And for this alteration, I owe an explanation. I owe it to the workers in order that they may see it is not a case here of mere juggling with words, but rather of one of the most important points in the whole of political economy. I owe it to the bourgeois, so that they can convince themselves how vastly superior the uneducated workers, for whom one can easily make comprehensible the most difficult economic analyses, are to our supercilious educated people, to whom such intricate questions remain insoluble their whole life long. Classical political economy took over from industrial practice the current conception of the manufacturer, that he buys and pays for the labor of his workers. This conception had been quite adequate for the business needs, the bookkeeping and price calculations of the manufacturer. But, naively transferred to political economy, it produced their really wondrous errors and confusions. Economics observes the fact that the prices of all commodities, among them also the price of the commodity that it calls labor, are continually changing, that they rise and fall as the result of the most varied circumstances, which often bear no relation whatever to the production of the commodities themselves, so that prices seem, as a rule, to be determined by pure chance. As soon, then, as political economy made its appearance as a science, one of its first tasks was to seek the law which was concealed behind this chance apparently governing the prices of commodities, and which, in reality, governed this very chance. Within the prices of commodities, continually fluctuating and oscillating, now upwards and now downwards, political economy sought for the firm central point around which these fluctuations and oscillations turned. In a word, it started from the prices of commodities in order to look for the value of the commodities. Introduction. As the law controlling prices, the value by which all fluctuations in price are to be explained, and to which finally they are all to be ascribed. Classical economics then found that the value of a commodity is determined by the labor contained in it, requisite for its production. With this explanation it contented itself, and we also can pause here for the time being. I will only remind the reader, in order to avoid misunderstandings, that this explanation has nowadays become totally inadequate. Marx was the first thoroughly to investigate the value-creating quality of labor, and he discovered in so doing that not all labor apparently, or even really, necessary for the production of a commodity adds to it, under all circumstances, a magnitude of value which corresponds to the quantity of labor expended. If therefore today we say offhandedly with economists like Ricardo that the value of a commodity is determined by the labor necessary for its production, we always in so doing imply the reservations made by Marx. This suffices here. More is to be found in Marx's A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, and the first volume of Capital 5. But as soon as the economists applied this determination of value by labor to the commodity labor, they fell into one contradiction after another. How is the value of labor determined? By the necessary labor contained in it. But how much labor is contained in the labor of a worker for a day, a week, a month, a year? The labor of a day, a week, a month, a year? If labor is the measure of all values, then indeed we can express the value of labor only in labor. But we know absolutely nothing about the value of an hour of labor, if we only know that it is equal to an hour of labor. This brings us not a hair's breadth nearer the goal. We keep on moving in a circle. Classical economics, therefore, tried another tack. It said, the value of a commodity is equal to its cost of production. But what is the cost of production of labor? In order to answer this question, the economists have to tamper a little with logic. Instead of investigating the cost of production of labor itself, which unfortunately cannot be ascertained, they proceed to investigate the cost of production of the worker. And this can be ascertained. It varies with time and circumstance, but for a given state of society, a given locality, and a given branch of production, it too is given, at least within fairly narrow limits. We live. 3. Wage labor and capital. Today, under the domination of capitalist production, in which a large, ever-increasing class of the population can live only if it works for the owners of the means of production, the tools, machines, raw materials, and means of subsistence, in return for wages. On the basis of this mode of production, the cost of production of the worker consists of that quantity of the means of subsistence, or their price in money, which, on the average, is necessary to make him capable of working, keep him capable of working, and to replace him, after his departure by reason of old age, sickness, or death, with a new worker, that is to say, to propagate the working class in the necessary numbers. Let us assume that the money price of these means of subsistence averages 3 marks a day. Our worker, therefore, receives a wage of 3 marks a day from the capitalist who employs him. For this the capitalist makes him work, say, 12 hours a day, calculating roughly as follows. Let us assume that our worker, a machinist, has to make a part of a machine which he can complete in 1 day. The raw material, iron and brass in the necessary previously prepared form, costs 20 marks. The consumption of coal by the steam engine, and the wear and tear of this same engine, of the lathe and the other tools which our worker uses, represent for 1 day, and reckon by his share of their use a value of 1 mark. The wage for 1 day, according to our assumption, is 3 marks. This makes 24 marks in all for our machine part. But the capitalist calculates that he will obtain, on an average, 27 marks from his customers in return, or 3 marks more than his outlay. Whence come the 3 marks pocketed by the capitalist? According to the assertion of classical economics, commodities are, on the average, sold at their values, that is, at prices corresponding to the amount of necessary labor contained in them. The average price of our machine part, 27 marks, would thus be equal to its value, that is, equal to the labor embodied in it. But of these 27 marks, 21 marks were values already present before our machinist began work. 20 marks were contained in the raw materials, 1 mark in the coal consumed during the work, or in the machines and tools which were used in the process, and which were diminished in their efficiency by the value of this sum. There remain 6 marks which have been added to the value of the raw material, but according to the assumption of our economists. 4. Introduction. Themselves, these 6 marks can only arise from the labor added to the raw material by our worker. His 12 hours' labor has thus created a new value of 6 marks. The value of his 12 hours' labor would, therefore, be equal to 6 marks. And thus we would at last have discovered what the value of labor is. "Hold on there," cries our machinist. 6 marks? But I have received only 3 marks. My capitalist swears by all that is holy that the value of my 12 hours' labor is only 3 marks, and if I demand 6, he laughs at me. How do you make that out? Oh, if previously we got into a vicious circle with our value of labor, we are now properly caught in an insoluble contradiction. We looked for the value of labor, and we have found more than we can use. For the worker, the value of the 12 hours' labor is 3 marks. For the capitalist, it is 6 marks, of which he pays 3 to the worker as wages and pockets, 3 for himself. Thus labor would have not 1 but 2 values, and very different values, into the bargain. The contradiction becomes still more absurd as soon as we reduce to labor time the values expressed in money. During the 12 hours' labor, a new value of 6 marks is created. Hence, in 6 hours 3 marks, the sum which the worker receives for 12 hours' labor. For 12 hours' labor, the worker receives as an equivalent value the product of 6 hours' labor. Either, therefore, labor has 2 values, of which one is double the size of the other, or 12 equals 6. In both cases, we get pure nonsense. Turn and twist as we will, we cannot get out of this contradiction, as long as we speak of the purchase and sale of labor and of the value of labor. And this also happened to the economists. The last offshoot of classical economics, the Ricardian school, was wrecked mainly by the insolubility of this contradiction. Classical economics had got into a blind alley. The man who found the way out of this blind alley was Karl Marx. What the economists had regarded as the cost of production of labor was the cost of production not of labor, but of the living worker himself. And what this worker sold to the capitalist was not his labor. As soon as his labor actually begins, says Marx, it has already ceased to belong to him. It can therefore no longer be sold by him. 6 at the most. He might sell his future labor. That is, he might sell his future labor, undertake to perform a certain amount of work in a definite time. In so doing, however, he does not sell labor. 5. Wage labor and capital, which would first have to be performed, but puts his labor power at the disposal of the capitalist for a definite time. In the case of time work, or for the purpose of a definite output, in the C.A.s of piecework, in return for a definite payment, he hires out or sells his labor power. But this labor power has grown together with his person and is inseparable from it. Its cost of production, therefore, coincides with his cost of production. What the economists called the cost of production of labor is really the cost of production of the worker, and consequently of his labor power. And so we can go back from the cost of production of labor power to the value of labor power and determine the amount of socially necessary labor requisite for the production of labor power of a particular quality, as Marx has done in the chapter on the buying and selling of labor power. Capital, Band 4, 3, 7. Now what happens after the worker has sold his labor power to the capitalist, that is, placed it at the disposal of the latter in return for a wage, day wage or piece wage, agreed upon beforehand? The capitalist takes the worker into his workshop or factory, where all the things necessary for work, raw materials, auxiliary materials, coal, dyes, etc., tools, machines, are already to be found. Here the worker begins to drudge. His daily wage may be as above, 3 marks. And in this connection, it does not make any difference whether he earns it as day wage or piece wage. Here also we again assume that in 12 hours, the worker by his labor adds a new value of 6 marks to the raw materials used up, which new value the capitalist realizes on the sale of the finished piece of work. Out of this he pays the worker his 3 marks. The other 3 marks he keeps for himself. If now the worker creates a value of 6 marks in 12 hours, then in 6 hours he creates a value of 3 marks. He has, therefore, already repaid the capitalist the counter value of the 3 marks contained in his wages when he has worked 6 hours for him. After 6 hours' labor they are both quits. Neither owes the other a pfennig. Hold on there, the capitalist now cries. I have hired the worker for a whole day, for 12 hours. 6 hours, however, are only half a day. So go right on working until the other 6 hours are up. Only then shall we be quits. And in fact, a worker has to comply with his contract, voluntarily entered into, according to which he has pledged himself to work 12 whole hours for a labor product which costs 6 hours of labor. 6. Introduction. It is just the same with piece wages. Let us assume that our worker makes 12 items of a commodity in 12 hours. Each of these costs 2 marks in raw materials and depreciation, and is sold at 2.5 marks. Then the capitalist, on the same assumptions as before, will give the worker 25 pfennigs per item. That makes 3 marks for 12 items, to earn which the worker needs 12 hours. The capitalist receives 30 marks for the 12 items. Deduct 24 marks for raw materials and depreciation, and there remain 6 marks, of which he pays 3 marks to the worker in wages and pockets 3 marks. It is just as above. Here, too, the worker works 6 hours for himself. That is, for replacement of his wages, half an hour in each of the 12 hours, and 6 hours for the capitalist. The difficulty over which the best economists came to grief, so long as they started out from the value of labor, vanishes as soon as we start out from the value of labor power instead. In our present-day capitalist society, labor power is a commodity like any other, and yet quite a peculiar commodity. It has, namely, the peculiar property of being a value-creating power, a source of value, and indeed, with suitable treatment, a source of more value than it itself possesses. With the present state of production, human labor power not only produces in one day a greater value than it itself possesses and costs. With every new scientific discovery, with every new technical invention, this surplus of its daily product over its daily cost increases, and therefore that portion of the labor day in which the worker works to produce the replacement of his day's wage decreases. Consequently, on the other hand, that portion of the labor day in which he has to make a present of his labor to the capitalist without being paid for it increases. And this is the economic constitution of the whole of our present-day society. It is the working class alone which produces all values. For value is only another expression for labor, that expression whereby in our present-day capitalist society is designated the amount of socially necessary labor contained in a particular commodity. These values produced by the workers do not, however, belong to the workers. They belong to the owners of the raw materials, machines, tools, and the funds for advances which allow these owners to buy the labor power of the working class from the whole mass of products produced by it. The working class, therefore, 7. Wage labor and capital, receives back only a part for itself, and as we have just seen, the other part, which the capitalist class keeps for itself and at most has to divide with the class of landowners, becomes larger with every new discovery and invention, while the part falling to the share of the working class, reckoned per head, either increases only very slowly and inconsiderably or not at all, and under certain circumstances may even fall. But these discoveries and inventions, which supersede each other at an ever-increasing rate, This productivity of human labor, which rises day by day to an extent previously unheard of, finally gives rise to a conflict in which the present-day capitalist economy must perish. On the one hand, immeasurable riches and a superfluity of products which the purchasers cannot cope with. On the other hand, the great mass of society proletarianized, turned into wage workers, and precisely for that reason made incapable of appropriating for themselves this superfluity of products. The division of society into a small, excessively rich class and a large, propertyless class of wage workers results in a society suffocating from its own superfluity, while the great majority of its members is scarcely, or even not at all, protected from extreme want. This state of affairs becomes daily more absurd and more unnecessary. It must be abolished. It can be abolished. A new social order is possible in which the present class differences will have disappeared, and in which, perhaps after a short transitional period involving some privation, but at any rate of great value morally, through the planned utilization and extension of the already existing enormous productive forces of all members of society, and with uniform obligation to work, the means for existence, for enjoying life, for the development and employment of all bodily and mental faculties, will be available in an equal measure and in ever-increasing fullness, and that the workers are becoming more and more determined to win this new social order will be demonstrated on both sides of the ocean, by May the 1st, tomorrow, and by Sunday, May 3.8. Frederick Engels, London, April 30th, 1891. 18. Introduction. Notes. 1. Wage Labor and Capital was written by Marx on the basis of a series of lectures he delivered at the German Workers' Society in Brussels in the second half of December 1847. A manuscript entitled Wages, copied by Joseph Wedemeyer, has been preserved, which conforms almost entirely to the text published in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Early in 1848, Marx tried to publish the work in Brussels, but he had to give up the plan in consequence of his expulsion from Belgium. The work was first published under the title of Wage Labor and Capital as a series of leading articles in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung of April 5, 8, and 11, 1849. But the series was interrupted by Marx's temporary departure from Cologne and, subsequently, by the aggravation of the political situation in Germany and the termination of the publication of the paper. Marx's articles carried in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung contributed to the dissemination of the ideas of scientific socialism among German workers. By the decision of the Committee of the Cologne Workers' Association, they were recommended for discussion in workers' associations in Cologne and other cities. After the suppression of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Marx intended to publish Wage Labor and Capital in pamphlet form, but the plan did not materialize. The first separate edition of the work came out in Breslau in 1880, without Marx's participation, followed by a second edition published in the same city, with the participation of Engels. Another edition was published in Hattingen, Zurich in 1884, which included a brief preface by Engels tracing the history of the work. A new edition for propaganda among workers, edited and prefaced by Engels, was published in 1891. The text of Wage, Labor, and Capital remains incomplete. A draft outline of Marx's concluding lectures, which he worked out in December 1847, under the title of Wages, complements the present work. The introduction was written by Engels for a new edition of Karl Marx's Wage, Labor, and Capital, published under his direction in Berlin in 1891. Engels began the introduction by restating his preface to the 1884 edition of the same work. The pamphlet containing the introduction was printed in large numbers of copies for the dissemination of Marx's economic teachings among the workers. The introduction appeared in workers' and socialist journals as a separate thesis and enjoyed a wide circulation. It was published, before the pamphlet came off the press, as a supplement to Vorwärts, no doubt. 109, May 13th, 1891, under the title of Wage, Labor, and Capital. A slightly abridged version was carried in the Weekly Freiheit, No. All. 22, May 30th, 1891. In the Italian 10, July 10th, 1891. In La Socialista, Nobel Die. 44, July 22nd, 1891. In an almanac published by the French Socialist magazine. The introduction was included in all subsequent editions of Marx's work, which was translated into various languages on the basis of the 1891 edition. 9. Wage, Labor, and Capital. 3. The German Workers' Society was founded by Marx and Engels in Brussels at the end of August 1847 for conducting political education and spreading the ideas of scientific communism among German workers residing in Belgium, Tondich. Under the direction of Marx, Engels, and their comrades in arms, the society became the legal rallying center for revolutionary German proletarians in Belgium and maintained direct contact with Flemish and Walloon workers' clubs. Later, the best members of the society joined the Brussels section of the Communist League. The society ceased to function soon after the bourgeois February Revolution in France in 1848. As its members were arrested or banished by the Belgian police. 4. Reference is to the intervention carried out by Tsarist troops in Hungary in 1849 for the purpose of suppressing the bourgeois revolution in the country and restoring the rule of the Austrian Habsburg dynasty there, and to the uprisings staged in Germany in support of the imperial constitution, which was adopted by the Frankfurt National Assembly on March 28, 1849. But rejected by the governments of most German states. The uprisings marked the final stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution in Germany. 5. See Karl Marx, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, International Publishers, New York, 1970, ppr. 2752, and Karl Marx Capital, Charles H. Kerr and Company, Chicago, 1926, Volpdoido. pp. 4196. 6. See Capital, Chicago, 1926. Vogeltasche. p. 588. 7. Ibidid. p. 185-96. 8. Engels refers here to the May Day celebrations in 1891. In some countries, such as Britain and Germany, May Day was celebrated on the first Sunday after May 1st, which in 1891 fell on May 3rd. Mass rallies and demonstrations were held on May Day 1891 by workers in many cities in Britain, Austria, Germany, France, Italy, Russia, and other countries. 10. Wages, Labor, and Capital. Karl Marx, 1849. 13. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. From various quarters, we have been reproached with not having presented the economic relations which constitute the material foundation of the present class struggles and national struggles. We have designedly touched upon these relations only where they directly force themselves to the front in political conflicts. The point was, above all, to trace the class struggle in current history and to prove empirically by means of the historical material already at hand, and which is being newly created daily, that, with the subjugation of the working class which had created the events of February and March, its opponents were simultaneously defeated. The bourgeois republicans in France and the bourgeois and peasant classes which were fighting feudal absolutism throughout the continent of Europe. That the victory of the honest republic in France was at the same time the downfall of the nations that had responded to the February Revolution by heroic wars of independence. Finally, that Europe, with the defeat of the revolutionary workers, had relapsed into its old double slavery, the Anglo-Russian slavery. The June struggle in Paris, the fall of Vienna, the tragicomedy of Berlin's November 1848, the desperate exertions of Holland, Italy, and Hungary, the starving of Ireland into submission. These were the chief factors which characterized the European class struggle between bourgeoisie and working class, and by means of which we prove that every revolutionary upheaval, however remote from the class struggle its goal may appear to be, must fail until the revolutionary working class is victorious, that every social reform remains a utopia until the proletarian revolution and the feudalistic counter-revolution cross swords in a world war. In our presentation, as in reality, Belgium and Switzerland are tragicomic pictures akin to caricature and the great historical tableau, the one being the model state of the bourgeois monarchy, the other the model state of the bourgeois republic, both of them states which imagine themselves to be as independent of the class struggle as of the European Revolution. 1. This refers to the revolution of February 23rd, 24th, 1848, in Paris, of March 13 in Vienna, and of March 18 in Berlin. 15. Wage, labor, and capital. Now, after our readers have seen the class struggle develop in colossal political forms in 1848, the time has come to deal more closely with the economic relations themselves on which the existence of the bourgeoisie and its class rule, as well as the slavery of the workers, are founded. We shall present in 3 large sections. 1. The relation of wage labor to capital, the slavery of the worker, the domination of the capitalist. 2. The inevitable destruction of the middle bourgeois classes and of the so-called burgher estate under the present system. 3. The commercial subjugation and exploitation of the bourgeois classes of the various European nations by the despot of the world market, England. We shall try to make our presentation as simple and popular as possible, and shall not presuppose even the most elementary notions of political economy. We wish to be understood by the workers. Moreover, the most remarkable ignorance and confusion of ideas prevails in Germany in regard to the simplest economic relations, from the accredited defenders of the existing state of things down to the socialist miracle workers and the unrecognized political geniuses, in which fragmented Germany is even richer than in sovereign princes. Now, therefore, for the first question, what are wages? How are they determined? If workers were asked, "What are your wages?" one would reply, "I get a mark a day from my boss." Another, "I get 2 marks," and so on. According to the different trades to which they belong, they would mention different sums of money, which they receive from their respective bosses for the performance of a particular piece of work, for example, weaving a yard of linen or typesetting a printed sheet. In spite of the variety of their statements, they would all agree on one point. Wages are the sum of money paid by the capitalist for a particular labor time or for a particular output of labor. The capitalist, it seems, therefore, buys their labor with money. They sell him their labor for money. But this is merely the appearance. In reality, what they sell to the capitalist for money is their labor power. The capitalist buys this labor power for a day, a week, a month, etc. And after he has bought it, he uses it by having the workers work for the stipulated time, for the same sum with which the capitalist has bought their labor power. For example, 2 marks. He could have bought 2 pounds of sugar, 16, Chapter 1, or a definite amount of any other commodity. The 2 marks with which he bought 2 pounds of sugar are the price of the 2 pounds of sugar. The 2 marks with which he bought 12 hours' use of labor power are the price of 12 hours' labor. Labor power, therefore, is a commodity, neither more nor less than sugar. The former is measured by the clock, the latter by the scales. The workers exchange their commodity, labor power, for the commodity of the capitalist, for money, and this exchange takes place in a definite ratio. So much money for so long a use of labor power. For 12 hours weaving, 2 marks. And do not the 2 marks represent all the other commodities which I can buy for 2 marks? In fact, therefore, the worker has exchanged his commodity, labor power, for other commodities of all kinds, and that in a definite ratio. By giving him 2 marks, the capitalist has given him so much meat, so much clothing, so much fuel, light, etc., in exchange for his day's labor. Accordingly, the 2 marks express the ratio in which labor power is exchanged for other commodities, the exchange value of his labor power. The exchange value of a commodity, reckoned in money, is what is called its price. Wages are only a special name for the price of labor power, commonly called the price of labor. For the price of this peculiar commodity, which has no other repository than human flesh and blood. Let us take any worker, say, a weaver. The capitalist supplies him with the loom and yarn. The weaver sets to work and the yarn is converted into linen. The capitalist takes possession of the linen and sells it, say, for 20 marks. Now are the wages of the weaver a share in the linen, in the 20 marks, in the product of his labor? By no means. Long before the linen is sold, perhaps long before its weaving is finished, the weaver has received his wages. The capitalist, therefore, does not pay these wages with the money which he will obtain from the linen, but with money already in reserve. Just as the loom and the yarn are not the product of the weaver to whom they are supplied by his employer, so likewise with the commodities which the weaver receives in exchange for his commodity, labor power. It was possible that his employer found no purchaser at all for his linen. It was possible that he did not get even the amount of the wages by its sale. It is possible that he sells it very profitably in comparison with the weaver's wages. All that has nothing to do with the weaver. The capitalist buys the yarn. 17. Wage, labor, and capital. Labor power of the weaver with a part of his available wealth, of his capital, just as he has bought the raw material, the yarn, and the instrument of labor, the loom, with another part of his wealth. After he has made these purchases, and these purchases include the labor power necessary for the production of linen, he produces only with the raw materials and instruments of labor belonging to him. For the latter include now, true enough, our good weaver as well, who has as little share in the product or the price of the product as the loom has. Wages are, therefore, not the worker's share in the commodity produced by him. Wages are the part of already existing commodities with which the capitalist buys a definite amount of productive labor power as such. Labor power is, therefore, a commodity which its possessor, the wage worker, sells to capital. Why does he sell it? In order to live. But the exercise of labor power, labor, is the worker's own life activity, the manifestation of his own life. And this life activity he sells to another person in order to secure the necessary means of subsistence. Thus his life activity is for him only a means to enable him to exist. He works in order to live. He does not even reckon labor as part of his life. It is rather a sacrifice of his life. It is a commodity which he has made over to another. Hence also, the product of his activity is not the object of his activity. What he produces for himself is not the silk that he weaves, not the gold that he draws from the mine, not the palace that he builds. What he produces for himself is wages, and silk, gold, palace resolve themselves for him into a definite quantity of the means of subsistence, perhaps into a cotton jacket, some copper coins, and a lodging in a cellar. And the worker, who for 12 hours weaves, spins, drills, turns, builds, shovels, breaks stones, carries loads, etc. Does he hold this 12 hours weaving, spinning, drilling, turning, building, shoveling, stone breaking to be a manifestation of his life, to be life? On the contrary, Life begins for him where this activity ceases, at table, in the tavern, in bed. The 12 hours labor, on the other hand, has no meaning for him as weaving, spinning, drilling, etc., but as earnings, which bring him to the table, to the tavern, into bed. If the silkworm were to spin, in order to continue its existence as a caterpillar, it would be a complete wage worker. Labor power was not always a commodity. Labor was not always wage labor, that is, free labor. The slave did not sell his labor power to the slave owner, any more than 18. Chapter 1. The ox sells its services to the peasant. The slave, together with his labor power, is sold once and for all to his owner. He is a commodity which can pass from the hand of one owner to that of another. He is himself a commodity, but the labor power is not his commodity. The serf sells only a part of his labor power. He does not receive a wage from the owner of the land. Rather, the owner of the land receives a tribute from him. The serf belongs to the land and renders to the owner of the land the fruits thereof. The free laborer, on the other hand, sells himself, and indeed sells himself piecemeal. He auctions off 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his life, day after day, to the highest bidder, to the owner of the raw materials, instruments of labor and means of subsistence, that is, to the capitalist. The worker belongs neither to an owner nor to the land, but 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his daily life belong to him who buys them. The worker leaves the capitalist, to whom he hires himself whenever he likes, and the capitalist discharges him whenever he thinks fit, as soon as he no longer gets any profit out of him, or not the anticipated profit. But the worker, whose sole source of livelihood is the sale of his labor power, cannot leave the whole class of purchasers, that is, the capitalist class, without renouncing his existence. He belongs not to this or that capitalist, but to the capitalist class. And moreover, it is his business to dispose of himself, that is, to find a purchaser within this capitalist class. Now, before going more closely into the relation between capital and wage labor, we shall present briefly the most general relations which come into consideration in the determination of wages. Wages, as we have seen, are the price of a definite commodity, of labor power. Wages are, therefore, determined by the same laws that determine the price of every other commodity. The question, therefore, is, how is the price of a commodity determined? 19. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. By what is the price of a commodity determined? By the competition between buyers and sellers, by the relation of demand to supply, of want to offer. Competition, by which the price of a commodity is determined, is three-sided. The same commodity is offered by various sellers. With goods of the same quality, the one who sells most cheaply is certain of driving the others out of the field and securing the greatest sale for himself. Thus, the sellers mutually contend among themselves for sales, for the market. Each of them desires to sell as much as possible, and, if possible, to sell alone, to the exclusion of the other sellers. Hence, one sells cheaper than another. Consequently, competition takes place among the sellers, which depresses the price of the commodities offered by them. But competition also takes place among the buyers, which in its turn causes the commodities offered to rise in price. Finally, competition occurs between buyers and sellers. The former desire to buy as cheaply as possible, the latter to sell as dearly as possible. The result of this competition between buyers and sellers will depend upon how the two above-mentioned sides of the competition are related, that is, whether the competition is stronger in the army of buyers or in the army of sellers. Industry leads two armies into the field against each other, each of which again carries on a battle within its own ranks, among its own troops. The army whose troops beat each other up the least gains the victory over the opposing host. Let us suppose there are 100 bales of cotton on the market, and at the same time buyers for 1,000 bales of cotton. In this case, therefore, the demand is 10 times as great as the supply. Competition will be very strong among the buyers, each of whom desires to get one, and if possible all, of the 100 bales for himself. This example is no arbitrary assumption. We have experienced periods of cotton crop failure in the history of the trade when a few capitalists in alliance have tried to buy, not 100 bales, but all the cotton stocks of the world. Hence, in the example mentioned, one buyer will seek to drive the other from the held by offering a relatively higher price per bale of cotton. The cotton sellers, who see that the troops of the enemy army are engaged in the most violent struggle, 21, wage labor and capital, among themselves, and that the sale of all their 100 bales is absolutely certain, will take good care not to fall out among themselves and depress the price of cotton at the moment when their adversaries are competing with one another to force it up. Thus, peace suddenly descends on the army of the sellers. They stand facing the buyers as one man, fold their arms philosophically, and there would be no bounds to their demands were it not that the offers of even the most persistent and eager buyers have very definite limits. If, therefore, the supply of a commodity is lower than the demand for it, then only slight competition, or none at all, takes place among the sellers. In the same proportion as this competition decreases, competition increases among the buyers. The result is a more or less considerable rise in commodity prices. It is well known that the reverse case with a reverse result occurs more frequently. Considerable surplus of supply over demand, desperate competition among the sellers, lack of buyers, disposal of goods at ridiculously low prices. But what is the meaning of a rise, a fall in prices? What is the meaning of high price, low price? A grain of sand is high when examined through a microscope, and a tower is low when compared with a mountain. And if price is determined by the relation between supply and demand, what determines the relation between supply and demand? Let us turn to the first bourgeois we meet. He will not reflect for an instant, but like another Alexander the Great, will cut this metaphysical knot with the multiplication table. If the production of the goods which I sell has cost me 100 marks, he will tell us, and if I get 110 marks from the sale of these goods, within the year of course, then that is sound, honest, legitimate profit. But if I get in exchange 120 or 130 marks, that is a high profit. And if I get as much as 200 marks, that would be an extraordinary, an enormous profit. What, therefore, serves the bourgeois as his measure of profit? The cost of production of his commodity. If he receives in exchange for this commodity an amount of other commodities which it has cost less to produce, he has lost. If he receives in exchange for his commodity an amount of other commodities, the production of which has cost more, he has gained. And he calculates the rise or fall of the profit according to 22. Chapter 2. The degree in which the exchange value of his commodity stands above or below zero. The cost of production. We have thus seen how the changing relation of supply and demand causes now a rise and now a fall of prices, now high, now low prices. If the price of a commodity rises considerably because of inadequate supply or disproportionate increase of the demand, the price of some other commodity must necessarily have fallen proportionately. For the price of a commodity only expresses in money the ratio in which other commodities are given in exchange for it. If, for example, the price of a yard of silk material rises from 5 marks to 6 marks, the price of silver in relation to silk material has fallen, and likewise the prices of all other commodities that have remained at their old prices have fallen in relation to the silk. One has to give a larger amount of them in exchange to get the same amount of silks. What will be the consequence of the rising price of a commodity? A mass of capital will be thrown into that flourishing branch of industry, and this influx of capital into the domain of the favored industry will continue until it yields the ordinary profits, or rather, until the price of its products, through overproduction, sinks below the cost of production. Conversely, if the price of a commodity falls below its cost of production, capital will be withdrawn from the production of this commodity, except in the case of a branch of industry which has become obsolete and must, therefore, perish. The production of such a commodity, that is, its supply, will go on decreasing owing to this flight of capital until it corresponds to the demand. and consequently its price is again on a level with its cost of production, or rather, until the supply has sunk below the demand, that is, until its price rises again above its cost of production. For the current price of a commodity is always either above or below its cost of production. We see how capital continually migrates in and out of the domain of one industry into that of another. High prices bring too great an immigration, and low prices too great an emigration. We could show from another point of view how not only supply but also demand is determined by the cost of production. But this would take us too far away from our subject. We have just seen how the fluctuations of supply and demand continually bring the price of a commodity back to the cost of production. 23. Wage, labor, and capital. The real price of a commodity, it is true, is always above or below its cost of production, but rise and fall reciprocally balance each other, so that within a certain period of time, taking the ebb and flow of the industry together, commodities are exchanged for one another in accordance with their cost of production, their price, therefore, being determined by their cost of production. This determination of price by cost of production is not to be understood in the sense of the economists. The economists say that the average price of commodities is equal to the cost of production, that this is a law. The anarchical movement, in which rise is compensated by fall and fall by rise, is regarded by them as chance. With just as much right, one could regard the fluctuations as the law and the determination by the cost of production as chance, as has actually been done by other economists. But it is solely these fluctuations which, looked at more closely, bring with them the most fearful devastation and, like earthquakes, cause bourgeois society to tremble to its foundations. It is solely in the course of these fluctuations that prices are determined by the cost of production. The total movement of this disorder is its order. In the course of this industrial anarchy, in this movement in a circle competition, compensates, so to speak, for one excess by means of another. We see, therefore, that the price of a commodity is determined by its cost of production in such manner that the periods in which the price of this commodity rises above its cost of production are compensated by the periods in which it sinks below the cost of product. Ion, and vice versa. This does not hold good, of course, for separate particular industrial products, but only for the whole branch of industry. Consequently, it also does not hold good for the individual industrialist, but only for the whole class of industrialists. The determination of price by the cost of production is equivalent to the determination of price by the labor time necessary for the manufacture of a commodity. For the cost of production consists of 1. Raw materials and depreciation of instruments, that is, of industrial products, the production of which has cost a certain amount of labor days, and which, therefore, represent a certain amount of labor time, and 2. Direct labor, the measure of which is precisely time. 24. Now, Chapter 2. Now, the same general laws that regulate the price of commodities in general, of course, also regulate wages, the price of labor. Wages will rise and fall, according to the relation of supply and demand, according to the turn taken by the competition between the buyers of labor power, the capitalists, and the sellers of labor power, the workers. The fluctuations in wages correspond in general to the fluctuations in prices of commodities. Within these fluctuations, however, the price of labor will be determined by the cost of production, by the labor time necessary to produce this commodity, labor power. What then is the cost of production of labor power? It is the cost required for maintaining the worker as a worker and of developing him into a worker. The less the period of training, therefore, that any work requires, the smaller is the cost of production of the worker, and the lower is the price of his labor, his wages. In those branches of industry in which hardly any period of apprenticeship is required, and where the mere bodily existence of the worker suffices, the cost necessary for his production is almost confined to the commodities necessary for keeping him alive and capable of working. The price of his labor will, therefore be determined by the price of the necessary means of subsistence. Another consideration, however, also comes in. The manufacturer, in calculating his cost of production, and accordingly, the price of the products, takes into account the wear and tear of the instruments of labor. If, for example, a machine costs him 1,000 marks and wears out in 10 years, he adds 100 marks annually to the price of the commodities so as to be able to replace the worn-out machine by a new one at the end of 10 years. In the same way, in calculating the cost of production of simple labor power, there must be included the cost of reproduction, whereby the race of workers is enabled to multiply and to replace worn-out workers by new ones. Thus, the depreciation of the worker is taken into account in the same way as the depreciation of the machine. The cost of production of simple labor power, therefore, amounts to the cost of existence and reproduction of the worker. The price of this cost of existence and reproduction constitutes wages. Wages so determined are called the wage minimum. This wage minimum, like the determination of the price of commodities by the cost of production in general, does not. 25. Wage, labor, and capital hold good for the single individual, but for the species. Individual workers, millions of workers, do not get enough to be able to exist and reproduce themselves. But the wages of the whole working class level down within their fluctuations to this minimum. Now that we have arrived at an understanding of the most general laws which regulate wages like the price of any other commodity, we can go into our subject more specifically. 26. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Capital consists of raw materials, instruments of labor, and means of subsistence of all kinds, which are utilized in order to produce new raw materials, new instruments of labor, and new means of subsistence. All these component parts of capital are creations of labor, products of labor, accumulated labor. Accumulated labor which serves as a means of new production is capital. So say the economists. What is a Negro slave? A man of the black race. The one explanation is as good as the other. A Negro is a Negro. He only becomes a slave in certain relations. A cotton-spinning jenny is a machine for spinning cotton. It becomes capital only in certain relations. Torn from these relationships, it is no more capital than gold in itself is money, or sugar, the price of sugar. In production, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production take place. These social relations into which the producers enter with one another, the conditions under which they exchange their activities and participate in the whole act of production, will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. With the invention of a new instrument of warfare, firearms, the whole internal organization of the army necessarily changed. The relationships within which individuals can constitute an army and act as an army were transformed, and the relations of different armies to one another also changed. Thus the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, change, are transformed with the change and development of the material means of production, the productive forces. The relations of production in their totality constitute what are called the social relations, society, and specifically, a society at a definite stage of historical development, a society with a peculiar, distinctive character. Ancient society, feudal society, bourgeois society are such totalities of production relations, each of which, 27, wage, labor, and capital, at the same time denotes a special stage of development in the history of mankind. Capital also is a social relation of production. It is a bourgeois production relation, a production relation of bourgeois society. Are not the means of subsistence, the instruments of labor, the raw materials of which capital consists, produced and accumulated under given social conditions, in definite social relations? Are they not utilized for new production under given social conditions, indefinite social relations? And is it not just this definite social character which turns the product serving for new production into capital? Capital consists not only of means of subsistence, instruments of labor, and raw materials, not only of material products, it consists just as much of exchange values. All the products of which it consists are commodities. Capital is, therefore, not only a sum of material products, it is a sum of commodities, of exchange values, of social magnitudes. Capital remains the same, whether we put cotton in place of wool, rice in place of wheat, or steamships in place of railways, provided only that the cotton, the rice, the steamships, the body of capital have the same exchange value, the same price as the wool, the wheat, the railways in which it was previously incorporated. The body of capital can change continually without the capital suffering the slightest alteration. But while all capital is a sum of commodities, that is, of exchange values, not every sum of commodities, of exchange values, is capital. Every sum of exchange values is an exchange value. Every separate exchange value is a sum of exchange values. For instance, a house that is worth 1,000 marks is an exchange value of 1,000 marks. A piece of paper worth a pfennig is a sum of exchange values of 100 hundredths of a pfennig. Products which are exchangeable for others are commodities. The particular ratio in which they are exchangeable constitutes their exchange value, or, expressed in money, their price. The quantity of these products can change nothing in their quality of being commodities, or representing an exchange value, or having a definite price. Whether a tree is large or small, it is a tree. Whether we exchange iron for other products in ounces or in hundredweights, does this make any difference in its character as commodity, as exchange value? It is a commodity of greater or lesser value, of higher or lower price, depending upon the quantity. 28. Chapter 3. How, then, does any amount of commodities, of exchange values, become capital? By maintaining and multiplying itself as an independent social power, that is, as the power of a portion of society, by means of its exchange for direct, living labor power. The existence of a class which possesses nothing but its capacity to labor is a necessary prerequisite of capital. It is only the domination of accumulated, past, materialized labor over direct, living labor that turns accumulated labor into capital. Capital does not consist in accumulated labor serving living labor as a means for new production. It consists in living labor serving accumulated labor as a means for maintaining and multiplying the exchange value of the latter. What takes place in the exchange between capitalist and wage worker? The worker receives means of subsistence in exchange for his labor power, but the capitalist receives in exchange for his means of subsistence labor, the productive activity of the worker, the creative power whereby the worker not only replaces what he consumes, but gives to the accumulated labor a greater value than it previously possessed. The worker receives a part of the available means of subsistence from the capitalist. For what purpose do these means of subsistence serve him? For immediate consumption. As soon, however, as I consume the means of subsistence, they are irretrievably lost to me, unless I use the time during which I am kept alive by them in order to produce new means of subsistence, in order during consumption to create by my labor new values in place of the values which perish in being consumed. But it is just this noble reproductive power that the worker surrenders to the capitalist in exchange for means of subsistence received. He has, therefore, lost it for himself. Let us take an example. A tenant farmer gives his day laborer 5 silver groschen a day. For these 5 silver groschen the laborer works all day on the farmer's field, and thus secures him a return of 10 silver groschen. The farmer not only gets the value replaced that he has to give the day laborer, he doubles it. He has therefore employed, consumed, the 5 silver groschen that he gave to the laborer in a fruitful, productive manner. BK. He has bought with the 5 silver groschen just that labor and power of the laborer which produces agricultural products of double value. And 29. Wage labor and capital makes 10 silver groschen out of 5. The day laborer, on the other hand, receives in place of his productive power, the effect of which he has bargained away to the farmer, 5 silver groschen, which he exchanges for means of subsistence, and these he consumes with greater or lesser rapidity. The 5 silver groschen have therefore been consumed in a double way, reproductively for capital, for they have been exchanged for labor power too, which produced 10 silver groschen, unproductively for the worker, for they have been exchanged for means of subsistence, which have disappeared forever, and the value of which he can only recover by repeating the same exchange with the farmer. Thus capital presupposes wage labor. Wage labor presupposes capital. They reciprocally condition the existence of each other's. They reciprocally bring forth each other. Does a worker in a cotton factory produce merely cotton textiles? No, he produces capital. He produces values which serve afresh to command his labor, and by means of it to create new values. Capital can only increase by exchanging itself for labor power, by calling wage labor to life. The labor power of the wage worker can only be exchanged for capital by increasing capital, by strengthening the power whose slave it is. Hence, increase of capital is increase of the proletariat, that is, of the working class. The interests of the capitalist and those of the worker are, therefore, one and the same, assert the bourgeois and their economists. Indeed, the worker perishes if capital does not employ him. Capital perishes if it does not exploit labor power, and in order to exploit it, it must buy it. The faster capital intended for production, productive capital, increases, the more, therefore, industry prospers, the more the bourgeoisie enriches itself, and the better business is, the more workers does the capitalist need, the more dearly does the worker sell himself. The indispensable condition for a tolerable situation of the worker is, therefore, the fastest possible growth of productive capital. But what is the growth of productive capital? Growth of the power of accumulated labor over living labor. Growth of the domination of the bourgeoisie over the working class. If wage labor produces the wealth. To the term labor power was not added here by Engels, but had already been in the text Marx published in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Ed. 30. Now, Chapter 3. Of others that rules over it, the power that is hostile to it, capital, then the means of employment, that is, the means of subsistence, flow back to it from this hostile power, on condition that it makes itself afresh into a part of capital, into the lever which hurls capital anew into an accelerated movement of growth. To say that the interests of capital and those of the workers are one and the same is only to say that capital and wage labor are two sides of one and the same relation. The one conditions the other, just as usurer and squanderer condition each other. As long as the wage worker is a wage worker, his lot depends upon capital. That is the much vaunted community of interests between worker and capitalist. 31. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. If capital grows, the mass of wage labor grows, the number of wage workers grows. In a word, the domination of capital extends over a greater number of individuals. Let us assume the most favorable case. When productive capital grows, the demand for labor grows. Consequently, the price of labor, wages, goes up. A house may be large or small. As long as the surrounding houses are equally small, it satisfies all social demands for a dwelling. But let a palace arise beside the little house, and it shrinks from a little house to a hut. The little house shows now that its owner has only very slight or no demands to make, and however high it may shoot up in the course of civilization, if the neighboring palace grows to an equal or even greater extent, the occupant of the relatively small house will feel more and more uncomfortable, dissatisfied, and cramped within its four walls. A noticeable increase in wages presupposes a rapid growth of productive capital. The rapid growth of productive capital brings about an equally rapid growth of wealth, luxury, social wants, social enjoyments. Thus, although the enjoyments of the worker have risen, the social satisfaction that they give has fallen in comparison with the increased enjoyments of the capitalist, which are inaccessible to the worker. In comparison with the state of development of society in general, our desires and pleasures spring from society. We measure them, therefore, by society, and not by the objects which serve for their satisfaction. Because they are of a social nature, they are of a relative nature. In general, wages are determined not only by the amount of commodities for which I can exchange them. They embody various relations. What the workers receive for their labor power is, in the first place, a definite sum of money. Are wages determined only by this money price? In the 16th century, the gold and silver circulating in Europe increased as a result of the discovery of richer and more easily worked mines in America. Hence, the value of gold and silver fell in relation to other commodities. The workers received the same amount of coined silver for their labor power as before. The money price of their labor remained the same, and yet their wages had fallen. For in exchange for the same quantity of silver, they received a smaller amount of other commodities. 33. Wage labor and capital. This was one of the circumstances which furthered the growth of capital and the rise of the bourgeoisie in the 16th century. Let us take another case. In the winter of 1847, as a result of a crop failure, the most indispensable means of subsistence, cereals, meat, butter, cheese, etc., rose considerably in price. Assume that the workers received the same sum of money for their labor power as before. Had not their wages fallen? Of course. For the same money they received less bread, meat, etc. in exchange. Their wages had fallen, not because the value of silver had diminished, but because the value of the means of subsistence had increased. Assume, finally, that the money price of labor remains the same while all agricultural and manufactured goods have fallen in price owing to the employment of new machinery, a favorable season, etc. For the same money, the workers can now buy more commodities of all kinds. Their wages, therefore, have risen, just because the money value of their wages has not changed. Thus, the money price of labor, nominal wages, do not coincide with real wages, that is, with the sum of commodities which is actually given in exchange for the wages. If, therefore, we speak of a rise or fall of wages, we must keep in mind not only the money price of labor, the nominal wages, but neither nominal wages, that is, the sum of money for which the worker sells himself to the capitalist, nor real wages, that is, the sum of commodities which he can buy for this money, exhaust the relations contained in wages. Wages are, above all, also determined by their relation to the gain, to the profit of the capitalist. Comparative, relative wages. Real wages express the price of labor in relation to the price of other commodities. Relative wages, on the other hand, express the share of direct labor in the new value it has created in relation to the share which falls to accumulated labor. 2. Capital. We said above, page 19. Wages are not the worker's share in the commodity produced by him. Wages are the part of already existing commodities, with which the capitalist buys a definite amount of productive labor power as such. But the capitalist must replace these wages out of the price at which he sells the product produced by the worker. He must, 34. Chapter 4. Replace it in such a way that there remains to him, as a rule, a surplus over the cost of production expended by him, a profit. For the capitalist, the selling price of the commodity produced by the worker is divided into three parts. First, replacement of the price of the raw materials advanced by him, together with replacement of the depreciation of the tools, machinery, and other means of labor also advanced by him. Secondly, the replacement of the wages advanced by him. And thirdly, the surplus left over, the capitalist's profit. While the first part only replaces previously existing values, it is clear that both the replacement of the wages and also the surplus profit of the capitalist are, on the whole, taken from the new value created by the worker's labor and added to the raw materials. And in this sense, in order to compare them with one another, we can regard both wages and profit as shares in the product of the worker. Real wages may remain the same, they may even rise, and yet relative wages may fall. Let us suppose, for example, that all means of subsistence have gone down in price by 2/3, while wages per day have only fallen by 1/3. That is to say, for example, from 3 marks to 2 marks. Although the worker can command a greater amount of commodities with these 2 marks than he previously could with 3 marks, yet his wages have gone down in relation to the profit of the capitalist. The profit of the capitalist, for example the manufacturer, has increased by 1 mark, that is, for a smaller sum of exchange values, which he pays to the worker. The latter must produce a greater amount of exchange values than before. The share of capital relative to the share of labor has risen. The division of social wealth between capital and labor has become still more unequal. With the same capital, the capitalist commands a greater quantity of labor. The power of the capitalist class over the working class has grown. The social position of the worker has deteriorated, has been depressed one step further below that of the capitalist. What, then, is the general law which determines the rise and fall of wages and profit in their reciprocal relation? They stand in inverse ratio to each other. Capital's share, profit, rises in the same proportion as labor's share, wages falls, and vice versa. Profit rises to the extent that wages fall. It falls to the extent that wages rise. The objection will, perhaps, be made that the capitalist can profit by a favorable exchange of his products with other capitalists by increase. 35. Wage, labor, and capital of the demand for his commodity, whether as a result of the opening of new markets or as a result of a momentarily increased demand in the old markets, etc., that the capitalist's profit can, therefore, increase by overreaching other capitalists, independently of the rise and fall of wages, of the exchange value of labor power, or that the capitalist's profit may also rise owing to the improvement of the instruments of labor, a new application of natural forces, etc. First of all, it will have to be admitted that the result remains the same, although it is brought about in reverse fashion. True, the profit has not risen because wages have fallen, but wages have fallen because the profit has risen. With the same amount of other people's labor, the capitalist has acquired a greater amount of exchange values, without having paid more for the labor on that account. This means, therefore, that labor is paid less in proportion to the net profit which it yields the capitalist. In addition, we recall that, in spite of the fluctuations in prices of commodities, the average price of every commodity, the ratio in which it is exchanged for other commodities, is determined by its cost of production. Hence, the overreaching within the capitalist class necessarily balance one another. The improvement of machinery, new application of natural forces in the service of production, enable a larger amount of products to be created in a given period of time with the same amount of labor and capital, but not by any means a larger amount of exchange values. If, by the use of the spinning jenny, I can turn out twice as much yarn in an hour as before its invention, say 100 pounds instead of 50, then in the long run I will receive for these 100 pounds no more commodities in exchange than formerly for the 50 pounds, because the cost of production has fallen by 1/2, or because I can deliver double the product at the same cost. Finally, in whatever proportion the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, whether of one country or of the whole world market, shares the net profit of production within itself, the total amount of this net profit always consists only of the amount by which, on the whole, accumulated labor has been increased by direct labor. This total amount grows, therefore, in the proportion in which labor augments capital, that is, in the proportion in which profit rises, in comparison with wages. 36. Chapter 4. We see, therefore, that even if we remain within the relation of capital and wage labor, the interests of capital and the interests of wage labor are diametrically opposed. A rapid increase of capital is equivalent to a rapid increase of profit. Profit can only increase rapidly if the price of labor, if relative wages, decrease just as rapidly. Relative wages can fall. Although real wages rise simultaneously with nominal wages, with the money value of labor, if they do not rise, however, in the same proportion as profit. If, for instance, in times when business is good, wages rise by 5%, profit on the other hand by 30%, then the relative wages, have not increased but decreased. Thus, if the income of the worker increases with the rapid growth of capital, the social gulf that separates the worker from the capitalist increases at the same time, and the power of capital over labor, the dependence of labor on capital, likewise increases at the same time. To say that the worker has an interest in the rapid growth of capital is only to say that the more rapidly the worker increases the wealth of authors, the richer will be the crumbs that fall to him. The greater is the number of workers that can be employed and called into existence, the more can the mass of slaves dependent on capital be increased. We have thus seen that even the most favorable situation for the working class, the most rapid possible growth of capital, however much it may improve the material existence of the worker, does not remove the antagonism between his interests and the interests of the bourgeoisie, the interests of the capitalist. Profit and wages remain as before in inverse proportion. If capital is growing rapidly, wages may rise. The profit of capital rises incomparably more rapidly. The material position of the worker has improved, but at the cost of his social position. The social gulf that divides him from the capitalist has widened. Finally, to say that the most favorable condition for wage labor is the most rapid possible growth of productive capital is only to say that the more rapidly the working class increases and enlarges the power that is hostile to it, the wealth that does not belong to it and that rules over it, the more favorable will be the conditions under which it is allowed to labor. 37. Wage labor and capital, anew at increasing bourgeois wealth, at enlarging the power of capital, content with forging for itself the golden chains by which the bourgeoisie drags it in its train. 38. Chapter 5. Is our growth of productive capital and rise of wages really so inseparably connected as the bourgeois economists maintain? We must not take their word for it. We must not even believe them when they say that the fatter capital is, the better will its slave be fed. The bourgeoisie is too enlightened. It calculates too well to share the prejudices of the feudal lord who makes a display by the brilliance of his retinue. The conditions of existence of the bourgeoisie compel it to calculate. We must therefore examine more closely. How does the growth of productive capital affect wages? If, on the whole, the productive capital of bourgeois society grows, a more manifold accumulation of labor takes place. The capitalists increase in number and extent. The numerical increase of the capitals increases the competition between the capitalists. The increasing extent of the capitals provides the means for bringing more powerful labor armies with more gigantic instruments of war into the industrial battlefield. One capitalist can drive another from the field and capture his capital only by selling more cheaply. In order to be able to sell more cheaply without ruining himself, he must produce more cheaply, that is, raise the productive power of labor as much as possible. But the productive power of labor is raised, above all, by a greater division of labor, by a more universal introduction and continual improvement of machinery. The greater the labor army among whom labor is divided, the more gigantic the scale on which machinery is introduced, the more does the cost of production proportionately decrease, the more fruitful is labor. Hence, a general rivalry arises among the capitalists to increase the division of labor and machinery and to exploit them on the greatest possible scale. If, now, by a greater division of labor, by the utilization of new machines and their improvement, by more profitable and extensive exploitation of natural forces, one capitalist has found the means of producing with the same amount of labor, or of accumulated labor, a greater amount of products, of commodities, than his competitors, if he can, for example, produce a whole yard of linen in the same labor time in which his competitors weave half a yard. How will this capitalist operate? 39. Wage labor and capital. He could continue to sell half a yard of linen at the old market price. This would, however, be no means of driving his opponents from the field and of enlarging his own sales, but in the same measure in which his production has expanded, his need to sell has also increased. The more powerful and costly means of production that he has called into life enable him indeed to sell his commodities more cheaply. They compel him, however, at the same time to sell more commodities, to conquer a much larger market for his commodities. Consequently, our capitalist will sell his half yard of linen more cheaply than his competitors. The capitalist will not, however, sell a whole yard as cheaply as his competitors sell half a yard, although the production of the whole yard does not cost him more than the half yard costs the others. Otherwise he would not gain anything extra, but only get back the cost of production by the exchange. His possibly greater income would be derived from the fact of having set a larger capital into motion, but not from having made more of his capital than the others. Moreover, he attains the object he wishes to attain if he puts the price of his goods only a small percentage lower than that of his competitors. He drives them from the field, he wrests from them at least a part of their sales by underselling them. And finally, it will be remembered that the current price always stands above or below the cost of production, according to whether the sale of the commodity occurs in a favorable or unfavorable industrial season. The percentage at which the capitalist who has employed new and more fruitful means of production sells above his real cost of production will vary, depending upon whether the market price of a yard of linen stands below or above its hitherto customary cost of production. However, the privileged position of our capitalist is not of long duration. Other competing capitalists introduce the same machines, the same division of labor, introduce them on the same or on a larger scale, and this introduction will become so general that the price of linen is reduced not only below its old, but below its new cost of production. The capitalists find themselves, therefore, in the same position relative to one another as before the introduction of the new means of production, and if they are able to supply, by these means, double the product at the same price, they are now forced to supply the double product below the old price. On the basis of this new cost of production, the same game 40. Chapter 5 begins again. More division of labor, more machinery, enlarged scale of exploitation of machinery and division of labor. And again competition brings the same counteraction against this result. We see how in this way the mode of production and the means of production are continually transformed, revolutionized, how the division of labor is necessarily followed by greater division of labor. The application of machinery by still greater application of machinery. Work on a large scale by work on a still larger scale. That is the law which again and again throws bourgeois production out of its old course, and which compels capital to strain the productive forces of labor, because it has strained them. The law which gives capital no rest, and continually whispers in its ear, "Go on, go on." This law is none other than that which, within the fluctuations of trade periods, necessarily levels out the price of a commodity to its cost of production. However powerful the means of production which a capitalist brings into the field, competition will make these means of production universal, and from the moment when it has made them universal, the only result of the greater fruitfulness of his capital is that he must now supply for the same price 10, 20, 100 times as much as before. But as he must sell perhaps 1,000 times as much as before, in order to outweigh the lower selling price by the greater amount of the product sold, because a more extensive sale is now necessary. not only in order to make more profit, but in order to replace the cost of production. The instrument of production itself, as we have seen, becomes more and more expensive. And because this mass sale becomes a question of life and death, not only for him but also for his rivals, the old struggle begins again all the more violently the more fruitful the already discovered means of production are. The division of labor and the application of machinery, therefore, will go on anew on an incomparably greater scale. Whatever the power of the means of production employed may be, competition seeks to rob capital of the golden fruits of this power by bringing the price of the commodities back to the cost of production, by thus making cheaper production the supply of ever greater amounts of products for the same total price, an imperative law to the same extent as production can be cheapened, that is, as more can be produced with the 41. Wage, labor, and capital, same amount of labor. Thus the capitalist would have won nothing by his own exertions, but the obligation to supply more in the same labor time. In a word, more difficult conditions for the augmentation of the value of his capital, while therefore competition continually pursues him with its law of the cost of production, and every weapon that he forges against his rivals recoils against himself. The capitalist continually tries to get the better of competition by incessantly introducing new machines, more expensive, it is true, but producing more cheaply, a new division of labor in place of the old, and by not waiting until competition has rendered the new ones obsolete. If now we picture to ourselves this feverish simultaneous agitation on the whole world market, it will be comprehensible how the growth, accumulation, and concentration of capital results in an uninterrupted division of labor, and in the application of new and the perfecting of old machinery precipitately and on an ever more gigantic scale. But how do these circumstances, which are inseparable from the growth of productive capital, affect the determination of wages? The greater division of labor enables one worker to do the work of 5, 10, or 20. It therefore multiplies competition among the workers 5-fold, 10-fold, and 20-fold. The workers do not only compete by one selling himself cheaper than another, they compete by one doing the work of 5, 10, 20. And the division of labor, introduced by capital and continually increased, compels the workers to compete among themselves in this way. Further, as the division of labor increases, labor is simplified. The special skill of the worker becomes worthless. He becomes transformed into a simple, monotonous, productive force that does not have to bring intense bodily or intellectual faculties into play. His labor becomes a labor that anyone can perform. Hence, competitors crowd upon him on all sides. And besides, we remind the reader that the more simple and easily learned a labor is, the lower the cost of production needed to master it. The lower do wages sink, for, like the price of every other commodity, they are determined by the cost of production. Therefore, as labor becomes more unsatisfying, more repulsive, competition increases and wages decrease. The worker tries to keep up the amount of his wages by working more, whether by working longer hours or by 42. Chapter 5. Producing more in 1 hour. Driven by want, therefore, he still further increases the evil effects of the division of labor. The result is that the more he works, the less wages he receives. And for the simple reason that he competes to that extent with his fellow workers, hence makes them into so many competitors who offer themselves on just the same bad terms as he does himself, and that therefore, in the last resort, he competes with himself as a member of the working class. Machinery brings about the same results on a much greater scale, by replacing skilled workers by unskilled men by women, adults by children. It brings about the same results, where it is newly introduced, by throwing the hand workers onto the streets in masses, and where it is developed, improved, and replaced by more productive machinery, by discharging workers in smaller batches. We have portrayed above, in a hasty sketch, the industrial war of the capitalists among themselves. This war has the peculiarity that its battles are won less by recruiting than by discharging the army of labor. The generals, the capitalists, compete with one another as to who can discharge most soldiers of industry. The economists tell us it is true that the workers rendered superfluous by machinery find new branches of employment. They dare not assert directly that the same workers who are discharged find places in the new branches of labor. The facts cry out too loudly against this lie. They really only assert that new means of employment will open up for other component sections of the working class, for instance, for the portion of the young generation of workers that was ready to enter the branch of industry which has gone under. That is, of course, a great consolation for the displaced workers. The capitalist gentleman will never want for fresh exploitable flesh and blood, and will let the dead bury their dead. This is a consolation which the bourgeois give themselves rather than one which they give the workers. If the whole class of wage workers were to be abolished owing to machinery, how dreadful that would be for capital, which, without wage labor, ceases to be capital. Let us suppose, however, that those directly driven out of their jobs by machinery, and the entire section of the new generation that was already on the watch for this employment, find a new occupation. Does anyone imagine that it will be as highly paid as that which has been lost? 43. Wage, labor, and capital. That would contradict all the laws of economics. We have seen how modern industry always brings with it the substitution of a more simple, subordinate occupation for the more complex and higher one. How, then, could a mass of workers who have been thrown out of one branch of industry owing to machinery find refuge in another, unless the latter is lower, worse paid? The workers who work in the manufacture of machinery itself have been cited as an exception. As soon as more machinery is demanded and used in industry, it is said, there must necessarily be an increase of machines, consequently of the manufacture of machines, and consequently of the employment of workers in the manufacture of machines. And the workers engaged in this branch of industry are claimed to be skilled, even educated workers. Since the year 1840, this assertion, which even before was only half true, has lost all semblance of truth because ever more versatile machines have been employed in the manufacture of machinery. No more and no less than in the manufacture of cotton yarn, and the workers employed in the machinery factories, confronted by highly elaborate machines, can only play the part of highly unelaborate machines. But in place of the man who has been discharged owing to the machine, the factory employs maybe 3 children and 1 woman. And did not the man's wages have to suffice for the 3 children and a woman? Did not the minimum of wages have to suffice to maintain and to propagate the race? What then does this favorite bourgeois phrase prove? Nothing more than that now 4 times as many workers' lives are used up in order to gain a livelihood for one worker's family. Let us sum up. The more productive capital grows, the more the division of labor and the application of machinery expand. The more the division of labor and the application of machinery expands, the more competition among the workers expands and the more their wages contract. In addition, the working class gains recruits from the higher strata of society also. A mass of petty industrialists and small rentiers are hurled down into its ranks, and have nothing better to do than urgently stretch out their arms alongside those of the workers. Thus the forest of uplifted arms demanding work becomes ever thicker, while the arms themselves become ever thinner. 44. Chapter 5. That the small industrialist cannot survive in a contest, one of the first conditions of which is to produce on an ever greater scale, that is, precisely to be a large and not a small industrialist, is self-evident. That the interest on capital decreases in the same measure as the mass and number of capitals increase, as capital grows. That, therefore, the small rentier can no longer live on his interest, but must throw himself into industry, and consequently help to swell the ranks of the small industrialists, and thereby of candidates for the proletariat. All this surely requires no further explanation. Finally, as the capitalists are compelled, by the movement described above, to exploit the already existing gigantic means of production on a larger scale, and to set in motion all the mainsprings of credit to this end, there is a corresponding increase in industrial earthquakes, in which the trading world can only maintain itself by sacrificing a part of wealth, of products, and even of productive forces to the gods of the nether world In a word, crises increase. They become more frequent and more violent, if only because as the mass of products, and consequently the need for extended markets, grows, the world market becomes more and more contracted. Fewer and fewer new markets remain available for exploitation. Since every preceding crisis has subjected to world trade a market hitherto unconquered or only superficially exploited. But capital does not live only on labor. A lord, at once aristocratic and barbarous, it drags with it into the grave the corpses of its slaves, whole hecatomb of workers who perish in the crises. Thus we see, if capital grows rapidly, competition among the workers grows incomparably more rapidly. The rapid growth of capital is the most favorable condition for wage labor. 45. Wages, price, and profit. Karl Marx, 1865. Preliminary. Preliminary 1. Citizens. Before entering into the subject matter, allow me to make a few preliminary remarks. There reigns now on the continent a real epidemic of strikes and a general clamor for a rise of wages. The question will turn up at our Congress. You, as the head of the International Association, ought to have settled convictions upon this paramount question. For my own part, I considered it, therefore, my duty to enter fully into the matter, even at the peril of putting your patience to a severe test. Another preliminary remark I have to make in regard to Citizen Weston. He has not only proposed to you, but has publicly defended, in the interest of the working class as he thinks, opinions he knows to be most unpopular with the working class. Such an exhibition of moral courage all of us must highly honor. I hope that, despite the unvarnished style of my paper, at its conclusion, he will find me agreeing with what appears to me the just idea lying at the bottom of his theses, which, however, in their present form, I cannot but consider theoretically false and practically dangerous. I shall now at once proceed to the business before us. 1. This is the text of an address Karl Marx delivered in English at the sessions of the General Council of the First International on June 20 and 27, 1865. The address was occasioned by speeches made by John Weston, member of the General Council, on May 2 and 23. Weston tried to prove in his speeches that a general rise in the rate of wages would be of no use to the workers, and that, therefore, trade unions had a harmful effect. Marx's manuscript of this address has been preserved. The address was first published in London, 1898, by Marx's daughter, Eleanor Marx Aveling, under the title Value, Price, and Profit, with a preface by Edward Aveling. In the manuscript, the preliminary and the first 6 sectines bear no headings. They were added by Edward Aveling. The title used in the present edition is the generally accepted one. 49. 1. Production and Wages. Chapter 1. Production and Wages. Citizen Weston's argument rested, in fact, upon 2 premises. Firstly, that the amount of national production is a fixed thing, a constant quantity or magnitude, as the mathematicians would say. Secondly, that the amount of real wages, that is to say, of wages as measured by the quantity of the commodities they can buy, is a fixed amount, a constant magnitude. Now, his first assertion is evidently erroneous. Year after year, you will find that the value and mass of production increase, that the productive powers of the national labor increase, and that the amount of money necessary to circulate this increasing production continuously changes. What is true at the end of the year, and for different years compared with each other, is true for every average day of the year. The amount or magnitude of national production changes continuously. It is not a constant, but a variable magnitude, and apart from changes in population, it must be so, because of the continuous change in the accumulation of capital and the productive powers of labor. It is perfectly true that if a rise in the general rate of wages should take place today, That rise, whatever its ulterior effects might be, would, by itself, not immediately change the amount of production. It would, in the first instance, proceed from the existing state of things. But if before the rise of wages, the national production was variable and not fixed, it will continue to be variable and not fixed after the rise of wages. But suppose the amount of national production to be constant instead of variable. Even then, what our friend Weston considers a logical conclusion would still remain a gratuitous assertion. If I have a given number, say 8, the absolute limits of this number do not prevent its parts from changing their relative limits. If profits were 6 and wages 2, wages might increase to 6 and profits decrease to 2, and still the total amount remain 8. Thus the fixed amount of production would by no means prove the fixed amount of wages. How then does our friend Weston prove this fixity? By asserting it. 51. Wages, price, and profit. But even conceding him his assertion, it would cut both ways, while he presses it only in one direction. If the amount of wages is a constant magnitude, then it can be neither increased nor diminished. If then, in enforcing a temporary rise of wages, the working men act foolishly, the capitalists, in enforcing a temporary fall of wages, would act not less foolishly. Our friend Weston does not deny that, under certain circumstances, the working men can enforce a rise of wages. But their amount being naturally fixed, there must follow a reaction. On the other hand, he knows also that the capitalists can enforce a fall of wages, and indeed, continuously try to enforce it. According to the principle of the constancy of wages, a reaction ought to follow in this case not less than in the former. The working men, therefore, reacting against the attempt at, or the act of, lowering wages, would act rightly. They would therefore act rightly in enforcing a rise of wages, because every reaction against the lowering of wages is an action for raising wages. According to Citizen Weston's own principle of the constancy of wages, the working men ought, therefore, under certain circumstances, to combine and struggle for a rise of wages. If he denies this conclusion, he must give up the premise from which it flows. He must not say that the amount of wages is a constant quantity, but that, although it cannot and must not rise, it can and must fall, whenever capital pleases to lower it. If the capitalist pleases to feed you upon potatoes instead of upon meat, and upon oats instead of upon wheat, you must accept his will as a law of political economy, and submit to it. If in one country the rate of wages is higher than in another, in the United States, for example, than in England, you must explain this difference in the rate of wages by difference between the will of the American capitalist and the will of the English capitalist, a method which would certainly very much simplify not only the study of phenomena, but of all other phenomena. But even then we might ask, why the will of the American capitalist differs from the will of the English capitalist. And to answer the question, you must go beyond the domain of will. A person may tell me that God wills one thing in France and another thing in England. If I summon him to explain this duality of will, he might have the brass to answer me that God wills to have one will in France and another will in England. But our 52. 1. Die. Production and wages. Friend Weston is certainly the last man to make an argument of such a complete negation of all reasoning. The will of the capitalist is certainly to take as much as possible. What we have to do is not to talk about his will, but to inquire into his power, the limits of that power, and the character of those limits. 53. 2. Production, wages, profits. Chapter 2. Production, wages, profits. The address Citizen Weston read to us might have been compressed into a nutshell. All his reasoning amounted to this. If the working class forces the capitalist class to pay 5 shillings instead of 4 shillings in the shape of money wages, the capitalist will return in the shape of commodities 4 shillings worth instead of 5 shillings worth. The working class would have to pay 5 shillings for what, before the rise of wages, they bought with 4 shillings. But why is this the case? Why does the capitalist only return 4 shillings worth for 5 shillings? Because the amount of wages is fixed. But why is it fixed at 4 shillings worth of commodities? Why not at 3, or 2, or any other sum? If the limit of the amount of wages is settled by an economic law, independent alike of the will of the capitalist and the will of the working man, the first thing Citizen Weston had to do was to state that law and prove it. He ought then, moreover, to have proved that the amount of wages actually paid at every given moment always corresponds exactly to the necessary amount of wages, and never deviates from it. If, on the other hand, the given limit of the amount of wages is founded on the mere will of the capitalist, or the limits of his avarice, it is an arbitrary limit. There is nothing necessary in it. It may be changed by the will of the capitalist, and may, therefore, be changed against his will. Citizen Weston illustrated his theory by telling you that when a bowl contains a certain quantity of soup, to be eaten by a certain number of persons, an increase in the broadness of the spoons would not produce an increase in the amount of soup. He must allow me to find this illustration rather spoony. It reminded me somewhat of the simile employed by Menenius Agrippa when the Roman plebeians struck against the Roman patricians. The patrician Agrippa told them that the patrician belly fed the plebeian members of the body politic. Agrippa failed to show that you feed the members of one man by filling the belly of another. Citizen Weston, on his part, has forgotten that the bowl from which the workmen eat is filled with the whole produce of the national labor, and that what 55 wages, price, and profit vents them fetching more out of it is neither the narrowness of the bowl nor the scantiness of its contents, but only the smallness of their spoons. By what contrivance is the capitalist enabled to return 4 shillings worth for 5 shillings? By raising the price of the commodity he sells. Now does a rise and more generally a change in the prices of commodities? Do the prices of commodities themselves depend on the mere will of the capitalist, or are, on the contrary, certain circumstances wanted to give effect to that will? If not, the ups and downs, the incessant fluctuations of market prices, become an insoluble riddle. As we suppose that no change whatever has taken place either in the productive powers of labor, or in the amount of capital and labor employed, or in the value of the money wherein the values of products are estimated, but only a change in the rate of wages, how could that rise of wages affect the prices of commodities? Only by affecting the actual proportion between the demand for and the supply of these commodities. It is perfectly true that, considered as a whole, the working class spends, and must spend, its income upon necessaries. A general rise in the rate of wages would therefore produce a rise in the demand for, and consequently in the market prices of, necessaries. The capitalists who produce these necessaries would be compensated for the risen wages by the rising market prices of their commodities. But how with the other capitalists who do not produce necessaries? And you must not fancy them a small body. If you consider that 2/3 of the national produce are consumed by 1/5 of the population. A member of the House of Commons stated it recently to be but 1/7 of the population. You will understand what an immense proportion of the population. National produce must be produced in the shape of luxuries, or be exchanged for luxuries, and what an immense amount of the necessaries themselves must be wasted upon flunkies, horses, cats, and so forth. A waste we know from experience to become always much limited with the rising prices of necessaries. Well, what would be the position of those capitalists who do not produce necessaries? For the fall in the rate of profit, consequent upon the general rise of wages, they could not compensate themselves by a rise in the price of their commodities, because the demand for those commodities would not have increased. Their income would have decreased, and from this decreased income they would have to pay more for the same amount. 56. 2. Volume. Production, wages, profits of higher-priced necessaries. But this would not be all. As their income had diminished, they would have less to spend upon luxuries, and therefore their mutual demand for their respective commodities would diminish. Consequent upon this diminished demand, the prices of their commodities would fall. In these branches of industry, therefore, the rate of profit would fall, not only in simple proportion to the general rise in the rate of wages, but in the compound ratio of the general rise of wages, the rise in the prices of necessaries, and the fall in the prices of luxuries. What would be the consequence of this difference in the rates of profit for capitals employed in the different branches of industry? Why, the consequence that generally obtains whenever, from whatever reason, the average rate of profit comes to differ in the different spheres of production. Capital and labor would be transferred from the less remunerative to the more remunerative branches, and this process of transfer would go on until the supply in the one department of industry would have risen proportionately to the increased demand and would have sunk in the other departments according to the decreased demand. This change effected, the general rate of profit would again be equalized in the different branches. As the whole derangement originally arose from a mere change in the proportion of the demand for and the supply of different commodities, the cause ceasing, the effect would cease, and prices would return to their former level and equilibrium. Instead of being limited to some branches of industry, the fall in the rate of profit consequent upon the rise of wages would have become general. According to our supposition, there would have taken place no change in the productive powers of labor, nor in the aggregate amount of production, but that given amount of production would have changed its form. A greater part of the produce would exist in the shape of necessaries, a lesser part in the shape of luxuries, or what comes to the same. A lesser part would be exchanged for foreign luxuries, and be consumed in its original form, or, what again comes to the same, a greater part of the native produce would be exchanged for foreign necessaries, instead of for luxuries. The general rise in the rate of wages would, therefore, after a temporary disturbance of market prices, only result in a general fall of the rate of profit, without any permanent change in the prices of commodities. 57. Wages, price, and profit. If I am told that in the previous argument I assume the whole surplus wages to be spent upon necessaries, I answer that I have made the supposition most advantageous to the opinion of Citizen Weston. If the surplus wages were spent upon articles formerly not entering into the consumption of the working men, the real increase of their purchasing power would need no proof. Being, however, only derived from an advance of wages, that increase of their purchasing power must exactly correspond to the decrease of the purchasing power of the capitalist. The aggregate demand for commodities would therefore not increase, but the constituent parts of that demand would change. The increasing demand on the one side would be counterbalanced by the decreasing demand on the other side. Thus the aggregate demand remaining stationary, no change whatever could take place in the market prices of commodities. You arrive, therefore, at this dilemma. Either the surplus wages are equally spent upon all articles of consumption, then the expansion of demand on the part of the working class must be compensated by the contraction of demand on the part of the capitalist class, or if the surplus wages are only spent upon some articles whose market prices will temporarily rise, then the consequent rise in the rate of profit in some, and the consequent fall in the rate of profit in other branches of industry, will produce a change in the distribution of capital and labor, going on until the supply is brought up to the increased demand in the one department of industry, and brought down to the diminished demand in the other departments of industry. On the one supposition, there will occur no change in the prices of commodities. On the other supposition, after some fluctuations of market prices, the exchangeable values of commodities will subside to the former level. On both suppositions, the general rise in the rate of wages will ultimately result in nothing else but a general fall in the rate of profit. To stir up your powers of imagination, Citizen Weston requested you to think of the difficulties which a general rise of English agricultural wages from 9 shillings to 18 shillings would produce. Think, he exclaimed, of the immense rise in the demand for necessaries, and the consequent fearful rise in their prices. Now all of you know that the average wages of the American agricultural laborer amount to more than double that of the English agricultural laborer. Although the prices of agricultural produce are lower in the United States than in the United Kingdom, 58. 2. Production, wages, profits. Although the general relations of capital and labor obtain in the United States the same as in England, and although the annual amount of production is much smaller in the United States than in England, why then does our friend ring this alarm bell? Simply to shift the real question before us. A sudden rise of wages from 9 shillings to 18 shillings would be a sudden rise to the amount of 100%. Now, we are not at all discussing the question whether the general rate of wages in England could be suddenly increased by 100%. We have nothing at all to do with the magnitude of the rise, which in every practical instance must depend on and be suited to given circumstances. We have only to inquire how a general rise in the rate of wages, even if restricted to 1%, will act. Dismissing friend Weston's fancy rise of 100%, I propose calling your attention to the real rise of wages that took place in Great Britain from 1849 to 1859. You are all aware of the 10 hours bill, or rather 10.5 hours bill, introduced since 1848. This was one of the greatest economic changes we have witnessed. It was a sudden and compulsory rise of wages, not in some local trades, but in the leading industrial branches by which England sways the markets of the world. It was a rise of wages under circumstances singularly unpropitious. Dr. Uhrer, Professor Senior, and all the other official economical mouthpieces of the middle class proved, and I must say upon much stronger grounds than those of our friend Weston, that it would sound the death knell of English industry. They proved that it not only amounted to a simple rise of wages, but to a rise of wages initiated by, and based upon, a diminution of the quantity of labor employed. They asserted that the 12th hour you wanted to take from a capitalist was exactly the only hour from which he derived his profit. They threatened a decrease of accumulation, rise of prices, loss of markets, stinting of production, consequent reaction upon wages, ultimate ruin. In fact, they declared Maximilien Robespierre's maximum loss too to be a small affair compared to it. And they were right in a certain sense. Well, what was the result? A rise in the money wages of the factory operatives, despite the curtailing of the working day. A great increase in the number of 2 maximum laws, introduced in 1793 and 1794 during the French bourgeois revolution by the Jacobin Convention. They fixed definite price limits for commodities and maximum wages. 59. Wages, price, and profit. Factory hands employed. A continuous fall in the prices of their products. A marvelous development in the productive powers of their labor. An unheard of progressive expansion of the markets for their commodities. In Manchester, at the meeting, in 1860, of the Society for the Advancement of Science, I myself heard Mr. Newman confess that he, Dr. Uhrer, Sr., and all other official propounders of economic science had been wrong, while the instinct of the people had been right. I mention Mr. W. Newman III, or Professor Francis Newman, because he occupies an eminent position in economic science as the contributor to and editor of Mr. Thomas Tooke's History of Prices for, that magnificent work which traces the history of prices from 1793 to 1856. If our friend Weston's fixed idea of a fixed amount of wages, a fixed amount of production, a fixed degree of the productive power of labor, a fixed and permanent will of the capitalists, and all his other fixedness and finality were correct, Professor Senior's willful forebodings would have been right, and Robert Owen, who already in 1816 proclaimed a general limitation of the working day, the first preparatory step to the emancipation of the working class 5, and actually in the teeth of the general prejudice, inaugurated it on his own hook in his cotton factory at New Lanark, would have been wrong. 3. In September 1861, 1860 in Marx's manuscript, the British Association for the Advancement of Science held its 31st annual meeting in Manchester, which was attended by Marx, then Engels' guest in the city. William Newmarch, president of the economic section of the association, also spoke at the meeting, but by a slip of the pen. Marx referred to him as Newman. Presiding over the section meeting, Newmarch delivered a report entitled, "On the Extent to which Sound Principles of Taxation are Embodied in the Legislation of the United Kingdom." See report of the 31st meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, held at Manchester in September 1861. London, 1862, p. 230. 4. This refers to a 6-volume history of industry, commerce, and finance by the British economist Thomas II. The volumes were published separately under the following titles: A History of Prices and of the State of the Circulation from 1793 to 1837, London, 1838. Vols. I2, A History of Prices and of the State of the Circulation in 1838 and 1839, London, 1840. A History of Prices and of the State of the Circulation from 1839 to 1847, inclusive, London, 1847, inclusive, London, 1848, and Plucate, A History of Prices and of the State of the Circulation during the 9 years 1848-1856, London, 1857. Vols. V. Deptar, Tome 6, 5c. Robert Owen, Observations on the Effect of the Manufacturing System, London, 1817. p. 76. The book first appeared in 1815. 60. 2. Production, wages, profits. In the very same period during which the introduction of the 10 hours bill and the rise of wages consequent upon it occurred, there took place in Great Britain, for reasons which it would be out of place to enumerate here, a general rise in agricultural wages. Although it is not required for my immediate purpose, in order not to mislead you, I shall make some preliminary remarks. If a man got 2 shillings weekly wages, and if his wages rose to 4 shillings, the rate of wages would have risen by 100%. This would seem a very magnificent thing, if expressed as a rise in the rate of wages, although the actual amount of wages, 4 shillings weekly, would still remain a wretchedly small, a starvation pittance. You must not, therefore, allow yourselves to be carried away by the high-sounding percents in the rate of wages. You must always ask, what was the original amount? Moreover, you will understand that if there were 10 men receiving each 2s per week, 5 men receiving each 5s, and 5 men receiving 11s weekly, the 20 men together would receive 100s, or £5 weekly. If then a rise, say by 20%, upon the aggregate sum of their weekly wages took place, there would be an advance from £5 sterling to £6. Taking the average, we might say that the general rate of wages had risen by 20%, although in fact the wages of the 10 men had remained stationary. The wages of the one lot of 5 men had risen from 5s to 6s only, and the wages of the other lot of 5 men from 55s to 70s. One half of the men would not have improved at all their position, 1/4 would have improved it in an imperceptible degree, and only 1/4 would have bettered it really. Still, reckoning by the average, the total amount of the wages of those 20 men would have increased by 20%, and as far as the aggregate capital that employs them and the prices of the commodities they produce are concerned, it would be exactly the same as if all of them had equally shared in the average rise of wages. In the case of agricultural labor, the standard wages being very different in the different counties of England and Scotland, the rise affected them very unequally. Lastly, during the period when that rise of wages took place, counteracting influences were at work, such as the new taxes consequent upon 61. Wages, price, and profit. The Russian War. The extensive demolition of the dwelling houses of the agricultural laborers, 6, and so forth. Having premised so much, I proceed to state that from 1849 to 1859, there took place a rise of about 40% in the average rate of the agricultural wages of Great Britain. I could give you ample details in proof of my assertion, but for the present purpose, think it sufficient to refer you to the conscientious and critical paper read in 1860 by the late Mr. John C. Morton at the London Society of Arts on the forces used in agriculture. 7. Mr. Morton gives the returns from bills and other authentic documents, which he had collected from about 100 farmers, residing in 12 Scotch and 35 English counties. According to our friend Weston's opinion, and taken together with the simultaneous rise in the wages of the factory operatives, there ought to have occurred a tremendous rise in the prices of agricultural produce during the period 1849 to 1859. But what is the fact? Despite the Russian War and the consecutive unfavorable harvests from 1854 to 1856, the average price of wheat, which is the leading agricultural produce of England, fell from about £3 sterling per quarter for the years 1838 to 1848 to about £2 sterling 10 per quarter for the years 1849 to 1859. This constitutes a fall in the price of wheat of more than 16%, simultaneously with an average rise of agricultural wages of 40%. During the same period, if we compare its end with its beginning, 1859 with 1849, there was a decrease of official pauperism from 934,419 to 860,470, the difference being 73,949. A very small decrease, I grant, and which in the following years was again lost, but still a decrease. 6. The extensive demolition of the dwelling houses of agricultural laborers in England in the mid-19th century followed the feverish development of capitalist industry and the introduction of the capitalist mode of production in agriculture at a time when there was relative overpopulation in the countryside. The widespread demolition of the houses was accelerated by the fact that the amount of poor rate paid by a landowner largely depended on the number of poor people who lived on his land. So the landowners deliberately pulled down those houses which they did not need themselves, and which could be used as shelters for the surplus population. For details, see Karl Marx, Capital, F. Moscow, 1954, Volbolonia. I. pp. 673-96. 7. The Society of Arts, founded in London in 1754, was an enlightened bourgeois philanthropic institution. The report, The Forces Used in Agriculture, was delivered by John Chalmers Morton, who died in 1864. 62. 2. Production, wages, profits. It might be said that, consequent upon the abolition of the Corn Laws, 8. The import of foreign corn was more than doubled during the period from 1849 to 1859, as compared with the period from 1838 to 1848. And what of that? From Citizen Weston's standpoint, one would have expected that this sudden, immense, and continuously increasing demand upon foreign markets must have sent up the prices of agricultural produce there to a frightful height, the effect of increased demand remaining the same, whether it comes from without or from within. What was the fact? Apart from some years of failing harvests, during all that period the ruinous fall in the price of corn formed a standing theme of declamation in France. The Americans were again and again compelled to burn their surplus of produce, and Russia, if we are to believe Mr. Urquhart, prompted the Civil War in the United States because her agricultural exports were crippled by the Yankee competition in the markets of Europe. Reduced to its abstract form, Citizen Weston's argument would come to this: Every rise in demand occurs always on the basis of a given amount of production. It can, therefore, never increase the supply of the articles demanded, but can only enhance their money prices. Now, the most common observation shows that an increased demand will, in some instances, leave the market prices of commodities altogether unchanged, and will, in other instances, cause a temporary rise of market prices followed by an increased supply, followed by a reduction of the prices to their original level, and in many cases below their original level. Whether the rise of demand springs from surplus wages or from any other cause does not at all change the conditions of the problem. From Citizen Weston's standpoint, the general phenomenon was as difficult to explain as the phenomenon occurring under the exceptional circumstances of a rise of wages. His argument had, therefore, no peculiar bearing whatever upon the subject we treat. It only expressed his perplexity at accounting for the laws by which an increase of demand produces an increase of supply instead of an ultimate rise of market prices. 8. The Corn Laws of Britain, which aimed at restricting or prohibiting the import of grain from abroad, were introduced in the interest of the big landowners. The repeal of the laws by the British Parliament in June 1846 meant a victory for the industrial bourgeoisie, which had fought against them under the slogan of free trade. 63. Wages and Currency. Chapter 3. Wages and Currency. On the second day of the debate, our friend Weston clothed his old assertions in new forms. He said, consequent upon a general rise in money wages, more currency will be wanted to pay the same wages, the currency being fixed. How can you pay with this fixed currency increased money wages? First, the difficulty arose from the fixed amount of commodities accruing to the working man, despite his increase of money wages. Now it arises from the increased money wages, despite the fixed amount of commodities. Of course, if you reject his original dogma, his secondary grievance will disappear. However, I shall show that this currency question has nothing at all to do with the subject before us. In your country, the mechanism of payments is much more perfected than in any other country of Europe, thanks to the extent and concentration of the banking system. Much less currency is wanted to circulate the same amount of values and to transact the same or a greater amount of business. For example, as far as wages are concerned, the English factory operative pays his wages weekly to the shopkeeper, who sends them weekly to the banker, who returns them weekly to the manufacturer, who again pays them away to his working and pays them away to his working man, and so forth. By this contrivance, the yearly wages of an operative, say of £52, even in England the mechanism is less perfect than in Scotland, and is not everywhere equally perfect. And therefore we find, for example, that in some agricultural districts, as compared with the mere factory districts, much more currency is wanted to circulate a much smaller amount of values. If you cross the Channel, you will find that the money wages are much lower than in England, but that they are circulated in Germany, Italy, Switzerland, and France by a much larger amount of currency. The same sovereign will not be so quickly intercepted by the banker or returned to the industrial capitalist. And therefore, instead of one sovereign circulating £52 yearly, you want, perhaps, 3 sovereigns to circulate yearly wages to. 65. Wages, price, and profit. The amount of £25. Thus, by comparing continental countries with England, you will see at once that low money wages may require a much larger currency for their circulation than high money wages, and that this is, in fact, a merely technical point, quite foreign to our subject. According to the best calculations I know, the yearly income of the working class of this country may be estimated at £250 million sterling. This immense sum is circulated by about £3 million sterling. Suppose a rise of wages of 50% to take place. Then, instead of £3 million sterling of currency, £4,500,000 sterling would be wanted, as a very considerable part of the working man's daily expenses is laid out in silver and copper, that is to say, in mere tokens, whose relative value to gold is arbitrarily fixed by law, like that of inconvertible money paper. A rise of money wages by 50% would, in the extreme case, require an additional circulation of sovereigns, say to the amount of 1 million. 1 million, now dormant, in the shape of bullion or coin, in the cellars of the Bank of England or of private bankers, would circulate. But even the trifling expense resulting from the additional minting or the additional wear and tear of that million might be spared, and would actually be spared, if any friction should arise from the want of the additional currency. All of you know that the currency of this country is divided into two great departments. One sort, supplied by banknotes of different descriptions, is used in the transactions between dealers and dealers, and the larger payments from consumers to dealers, while another sort of currency, metallic coin, circulates in the retail trade. Although distinct, these two sorts of currency interwork with each other. Thus, gold coin, to a very great extent, circulates even in larger payments for all the odd sums under £5 sterling. If tomorrow £4 sterling notes, or £3 sterling notes, or £2 sterling notes were issued, the gold filling these channels of circulation would at once be driven out of them, and flow into those channels where they would be needed from the increase of money wages. Thus, the additional million required by an advance of wages by 50% would be supplied without the addition of one single sovereign. The same effect might be produced, without one additional banknote, by an additional bill circulation, as was the case in Lancashire for a very considerable time. If a general rise in the rate of wages, for example, of 100%, as Citizen Weston supposed it to take place in agricultural wages, would produce a great rise in the prices of necessaries, and, according to his views, 66. 3. Wages and currency require an additional amount of currency not to be procured. A general fall in wages must produce the same effect, on the same scale, in an opposite direction. Well, all of you know that the years 1858 to 1860 were the most prosperous years for the cotton industry, and that peculiarly the year 1860 stands in that respect unrivaled in the annals of commerce, while at the same time all other branches of industry were most flourishing. The wages of the cotton operatives and of all the other working men connected with their trade stood, in 1860, higher than ever before. The American crisis came, and those aggregate wages were suddenly reduced to about 1/4 of their former amount. This would have been in the opposite direction a rise of 300%. If wages rise from 5 to 20, we say that they rise by 300%. If they fall from 20 to 5, we say that they fall by 75%. But the amount of rise in the one and the amount of fall in the other case would be the same, namely 15 shillings. This, then, was a sudden change in the rate of wages unprecedented, and at the same time extending over a number of operatives, which, if we count all the operatives, not only directly engaged in, but indirectly dependent upon the cotton trade, was larger by 1/2 than the number of agricultural laborers. Did the price of wheat fall? It rose from the annual average of 47.8 per quarter during the 3 years of 858.60 to the annual average of 55.10 per quarter during the 3 years 1861 and 1863. As to the currency, there were coined in the mint in 1861 8,673,000 Oh, that is to say, there were coined 5,295,130 pounds sterling more in 1861 than in 1860. It is true the banknote circulation was in 1861 less by 1,319,000 pounds sterling than in 1860. Take this off. There remains still a surplus of currency for the year 1861, as compared with the prosperity year, 1860, to the amount of 3,976,130 pounds sterling, or about 4 million pounds sterling. But the bullion reserve in the Bank of England had simultaneously decreased, not quite to the same, but in an approximating proportion. Compare the year 1862 with 1842. Apart from the immense increase in the value and amount of commodities circulated, in 1862, the capital paid in regular transactions for shares, loans, etc., for the railways in England and Wales amounted alone to 320 million pounds sterling, a sum that would have appeared fabulous in 1842. Still, the aggregate amounts in currency in 1862 and 1842 were pretty nearly equal, and generally you will find a tendency to a progressive diminution of currency in the face of an enormously 67. Wages, price, and profit, increasing value, not only of commodities, but of monetary transactions generally. From our friend Weston's standpoint, this is an unsolvable riddle. Looking somewhat deeper into this matter, he would have found that, quite apart from wages and supposing them to be fixed, the value and mass of the commodities to be circulated, and generally the amount of monetary transactions to be settled, vary daily, that the amount of banknotes issued varies daily, that the amount of payments realized without the intervention of any money by the instrumentality of bills, checks, book credits, clearing houses varies daily, that, as far as actual metallic currency is required, the proportion between the coin in circulation and the coin and bullion in reserve or sleeping in the cellars of banks varies daily, that the amount of bullion absorbed by the national circulation and the amount being sent abroad for international circulation vary daily. He would have found that his dogma of a fixed currency is a monstrous error, incompatible with the everyday movement. He would have inquired into the laws which enable a currency to adapt itself to circumstances so continually changing, instead of turning his misconception of the laws of currency into an argument against a rise of wages. 68. 4. Supply and demand. Chapter 4. Supply and demand. Our friend Weston accepts the Latin proverb that repetitio est mater studiorum, that is to say, that repetition is the mother of study, and consequently he repeated his original dogma again under the new form that the contraction of currency resulting from an enhancement of wages would produce a diminution of capital, and so forth. Having already dealt with his currency crotchet, I consider it quite useless to enter upon the imaginary consequences he fancies to flow from his imaginary currency mishap. I shall proceed to at once reduce his one and the same dogma, repeated in so many different shapes, to its simplest theoretical form. The uncritical way in which he has treated his subject will become evident from one single remark. He pleads against a rise of wages, or against high wages, as the result of such a rise. Now, I ask him, what are high wages and what are low wages? Why constitute, for example, 5 shillings weekly low and 20 shillings weekly high wages? If 5 is low as compared with 20, 20 is still lower as compared with 200. If a man was to lecture on the thermometer and commence by declaiming on high and low degrees, he would impart no knowledge whatever. He must first tell me how the freezing point is found out, and how the boiling point, and how these standard points are settled by natural laws, not by the fancy of the sellers or makers of thermometers. Now, in regard to wages and profits, Citizen Weston has not only failed to deduce such standard points from economical laws, but he has not even felt the necessity to look after them. He satisfied himself with the acceptance of the popular slang terms of low and high as something having a fixed meaning. Although it is self-evident that wages can only be said to be high or low as compared with a standard by which to measure their magnitudes, he will be unable to tell me why a certain amount of money is given for a certain amount of labor. If he should answer me, this was settled by the law of supply and demand, I should ask him, in the first instance, by what law supply and demand are themselves regulated? And such an answer would at once put him out of court. The relations between the supply, 69, wages, price, and profit, supply and demand of labor undergo perpetual change, and with them, the market prices of labor. If the demand overshoots the supply, wages rise. If the supply overshoots the demand, wages sink, although it might in such circumstances be necessary to test the real state of demand and supply by a strike, for example, or any other method. But if you accept supply and demand as the law regulating wages, it would be as childish as useless to declaim against a rise of wages, because, according to the supreme law you appeal to, a periodical rise of wages is quite as necessary and legitimate as a periodical fall of wages. If you do not accept supply and demand as the law regulating wages, I again repeat the question, why a certain amount of money is given for a certain amount of labor. But to consider matters more broadly, you would be altogether mistaken in fancying that the value of labor or any of other commodity whatever is ultimately fixed by supply and demand. Supply and demand regulate nothing but the temporary fluctuations of market prices. They will explain to you why the market price of a commodity rises above or sinks below its value, but they can never account for that value itself. Suppose supply and demand to equilibrate, or, as the economists call it, to cover each other. Why, the very moment these opposite forces become equal, they paralyze each other and cease to work in the one or the other direction. At the moment when supply and demand equilibrate each other, and therefore cease to act, the market price of a commodity coincides with its real value, with the standard price round which its market prices oscillate. In inquiring into the nature of that value, we have, therefore, nothing at all to do with the temporary effects on market prices of supply and demand. The same holds true of wages and of the prices of all other commodities. 70. 5.1. Wages and Prices. Chapter 5. Wages and Prices. Reduced to their simplest theoretical expression, all our friends' arguments resolve themselves into this one single dogma. The prices of commodities are determined or regulated by wages. Oh, that's funny. I might appeal to practical observation to bear witness against this antiquated and exploded fallacy. I might tell you that the English factory operatives, miners, shipbuilders, and so forth, whose labor is relatively high-priced, undersell by the cheapness of their produce all other nations, while the English agricultural laborer, for example, whose labor is relatively low-priced, is undersold by almost every other nation because of the dearness of his produce. By comparing article with article in the same country, and the commodities of different countries, I might show, apart from some exceptions more apparent than real, that on an average the high-priced labor produces the low-priced, and the low-priced labor produces the high-priced commodities. This, of course, would not prove that the high price of labor in the one, and its low price in the other instance, are the respective causes of those diametrically opposed effects. But at all events, it would prove that the prices of commodities are not ruled by the prices of labor. However, it is quite superfluous for us to employ this empirical method. It might, perhaps, be denied that Citizen Weston has put forward the dogma. The prices of commodities are determined or regulated by wages. In point of fact, he has never formulated it. He said, on the contrary, that profit and rent form also constituent parts of the prices of commodities, because it is out of the prices of commodities that not only the working man's wages, but also the capitalist's profits and the landlord's rents must be paid. But how, in his idea, are prices formed? First by wages, Then an additional percentage is joined to the price on behalf of the capitalist, and another additional percentage on behalf of the landlord. Suppose the wages of the labor employed in the production of a commodity to be 10. If the rate of profit was 100%, to the wages advanced the capitalists would add 10. And if the rate of rent was also 100% upon the wages, 71. Wages, price, and profit, there would be added 10 more, and the aggregate price of the commodity would amount to 30. But such a determination of prices would be simply their determination by wages. If wages in the above case rose to 20, the price of the commodity would rise to 60, and so forth. Consequently, all the superannuated writers on political economy who propounded the dogma that wages regulate prices have tried to prove it by treating profit and rent as mere additional percentages upon wages. None of them were, of course, able to reduce the limits of those percentages to any economic law. They seem, on the contrary, to think profits settled by tradition, custom, the will of the capitalist, or by some other equally arbitrary and inexplicable method. If they assert that they are settled by the competition between the capitalists, they say nothing. That competition is sure to equalize the different rates of profit in different trades, or reduce them to one average level. But it can never determine the level itself, or the general rate of profit. What do we mean by saying that the prices of the commodities are determined by wages? Wages being but a name for the price of labor, we mean that the prices of commodities are regulated by the price of labor. As price is exchangeable value. And in speaking of value, I speak always of exchangeable value. Is exchange, or that the value of labor is the general measure of value. But how, then, is the value of labor itself determined? Here we come to a standstill. Of course, to a standstill if we try reasoning logically. Yet the propounders of that doctrine make short work of logical scruples. Take our friend Weston, for example. First, he told us that wages regulate the price of commodities, and that consequently when wages rise, prices must rise. Then he turned round to show us that a rise of wages will be no good because the prices of commodities had risen, and because wages were indeed measured by the prices of the commodities upon which they are spent. Thus we begin by saying that the value of labor determines the value of commodities, and we wind up by saying that the value of commodities determines the value of labor. Thus we move to and fro in the most vicious circle, and arrive at no conclusion at all. On the whole, it is evident that by making the value of one commodity, say labor, corn, or any other commodity, the general measure, 72, 5 declines, wages and prices, and regulator of value, we only shift the difficulty, since we determine one value by another, which on its side wants to be determined. The dogma that wages determine the prices of commodities, expressed in its most abstract terms, comes to this, that value is determined by value, and this tautology means that, in fact, we know nothing at all about value. Accepting this premise, all reasoning about the general laws of political economy turns into mere twaddle. It was, therefore, the great merit of Ricardo that in his work on the principles of political economy, published in 1817, he fundamentally destroyed the old, popular, and worn-out fallacy that wages determine prices. 9. A fallacy which Adam Smith and his French predecessors had spurned in the really scientific parts of their researches, but which they reproduced in their more exoterical and vulgarizing chapters. 9. And see David Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, London, 1821, p. 26. Die. The first edition of the book appeared in London in 1817. 73. 6. Value and Labor. Chapter 6. Tamio, value, and labor. Citizens, I have now arrived at a point where I must enter upon the real development of the question. I cannot promise to do this in a very satisfactory way, because to do so I should be obliged to go over the whole field of political economy. I can, as the French would say, but effleurer la question, touch upon the main points. The first question we have to put is, what is the value of a commodity? How is it determined? At first sight, it would seem that the value of a commodity is a thing quite relative, and not to be settled without considering one commodity in its relations to all other commodities. In fact, in speaking of the value in exchange of a commodity, we mean the proportional quantities in which it exchanges with all other commodities. But then arises the question, how are the proportions in which commodities exchange with each other regulated? We know from experience that these proportions vary infinitely. Taking one single commodity, wheat, for instance, we shall find that a quarter of wheat exchanges in almost countless variations of proportion with different commodities. Yet, its value remaining always the same, whether expressed in silk, gold, or any other commodity, it must be something distinct from, and independent of, these different rates of exchange with different articles. It must be possible to express, in a very different form, these various equations with various commodities. Besides, if I say a quarter of wheat exchanges with iron in a certain proportion, or the value of a quarter of wheat is expressed in a certain amount of iron, I say that the value of wheat and its equivalent in iron are equal to some third thing, which is neither wheat nor iron, because I suppose them to express the same magnitude in two different shapes. Either of them, the wheat or the iron, must, therefore independently of the other, be reducible to this third thing, which is their common measure. 75. Wages, price, and profit. To elucidate this point, I shall recur to a very simple geometrical illustration. In comparing the areas of triangles of all possible forms and magnitudes, or comparing triangles with rectangles, or any other rectilinear figure, how do we proceed? We reduce the area of any triangle whatever to an expression quite different from its visible form. Having found from the nature of the triangle that its area is equal to half the product of its base by its height, we can then compare the different values of all sorts of triangles and of all rectilinear figures whatever, because all of them may be resolved into a certain number of triangles. The same mode of procedure must obtain with the values of commodities. We must be able to reduce all of them to an expression common to all, and distinguishing them only by the proportions in which they contain that identical measure. As the exchangeable values of commodities are only social functions of those things, and have nothing at all to do with their natural qualities, we must first ask, what is the common social substance of all commodities? It is labor. To produce a commodity, a certain amount of labor must be bestowed upon it, or worked up in it. And I say not only labor, but social labor. A man who produces an article for his own immediate use, to consume it himself, creates a product, but not a commodity. As a self-sustaining producer, he has nothing to do with society. But to produce a commodity, a man must not only produce an article satisfying some social want, but his labor itself must form part and parcel of the sum total of labor expended by society. It must be subordinate to the division of labor within society. It is nothing without the other visions of labor, and on its part is required to integrate them. If we consider commodities as values, we consider them exclusively under the single aspect of realized, fixed, or if you like, crystallized social labor. In this respect, they can differ only by representing greater or smaller quantities of labor. As, for example, a greater amount of labor may be worked up in a silken handkerchief than in a brick. But how does one measure quantities of labor? By the time the labor lasts, in measuring the labor by the hour, the day, etc. Of course, to apply this measure, all sorts of labor are reduced to average or simple labor as their unit. We arrive, therefore, at this conclusion. A commodity has a value because it is a crystallization of social labor. The greatness of its value, or 76. 6. Value and labor. Its relative value depends upon the greater or less amount of that social substance contained in it. That is to say, on the relative mass of labor necessary for its production. The relative values of commodities are, therefore, determined by the respective quantities or amounts of labor, worked up, realized, fixed in them. The correlative quantities of commodities, which can be produced in the same time of labor, are equal, or the value of one commodity is to the value of another commodity, as the quantity of labor fixed in the one is to the quantity of labor fixed in the other. I suspect that many of you will ask, does then indeed there exists such a vast or any difference whatever between determining the values of commodities by wages and determining them by the relative quantities of labor necessary for their production? You must, however, be aware that the reward for labor and quantity of labor are quite disparate things. Suppose, for example, equal quantities of labor to be fixed in 1/4 of wheat and 1 ounce of gold. I resort to the example because it was used by Benjamin Franklin in his first essay published in 1729, and entitled A Modest Inquiry into the Nature and Necessity of a Paper Currency, 10, where he, one of the first, hit upon the true nature of value. Well, we suppose then that 1/4 of wheat and 1 ounce of gold are equal values or equivalents, because they are crystallizations of equal amounts of average labor, of so many days or so many weeks labor respectively fixed in them. In thus determining the relative values of gold and corn, do we refer in any way whatever to the wages of the agricultural laborer and the miner? Not a bit. We leave it quite indeterminate how their days or weeks' labor was paid, or even whether wages labor was employed at all. If it was, wages may have been very unequal. The laborer whose labor is realized in the 1/4 of wheat may receive 2 bushels only, and the laborer employed in mining may receive 1/2 of the ounce of gold. Or, supposing their wages to be equal, they may deviate in all possible proportions from the values of the commodities produced by them. They may amount to 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, or any other proportional part of the 1/4 of corn or the 1 ounce of gold. Their wages can, of course, not exceed, not be more than the values of the commodities they produced, but they can be less in every possible. Tenze Benjamin Franklin, Works, Boston, 1836, Vobbledau Nantora. Tadai, 77. Wages, price, and profit. Degree. Their wages will be limited by the values of the products, but the values of their products will not be limited by the wages. And above all, the values, the relative values of corn and gold, for example, will have been settled without any regard whatever to the value of the labor employed, that is to say, to wages. To determine the values of commodities by the relative quantities of labor fixed in them is, therefore, a thing quite different from the tautological method of determining the value of commodities by the value of labor, or by wages. This point, however, will be further elucidated in the progress of our inquiry. In calculating the exchangeable value of a commodity, we must add to the quantity of labor last employed the quantity of labor previously worked up in the raw material of the commodity, and the labor bestowed on the implements, tools, machinery, and buildings with which such labor is assisted. For example, the value of a certain amount of cotton yarn is the crystallization of the quantity of labor added to the cotton during the spinning process, the quantity of labor previously realized in the cotton itself, the quantity of labor realized in the coal, oil, and other auxiliary substances used, the quantity of labor fixed in the steam engine, the spindles, the factory building, and so forth. Instruments of production properly so called, such as tools, machinery, buildings, serve again and again for a longer or shorter period during repeated processes of production. If they were used up at once, like the raw material, their whole value would at once be transferred to the commodities they assist in producing. But as a spindle, for example, is but gradually used up, an average calculation is made, based upon the average time it lasts, and its average waste or wear and tear during a certain period, say, a day. In this way, we calculate how much of the value of the spindle is transferred to the yarn daily spun, and how much, therefore, of the total amount of labor realized in a pound of yarn, for example, is due to the quantity of labor previously realized in the spindle. For our present purpose, it is not necessary to dwell any longer upon this point. It might seem that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor bestowed upon its production, the lazier a man or the clumsier a man, the more valuable his commodity, because the greater the time of labor required for finishing the commodity. This, however, would be a sad mistake. You will recollect that I used the word social labor. And 78. 6. Value and labor. Many points are involved in this qualification of social. In saying that the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor worked up or crystallized in it, we mean the quantity of labor necessary for its production in a given state of society, under certain social average conditions of production, with a given social average intensity and average skill of the labor employed. When, in England, the power loom came to compete with the hand loom, only one half the former time of labor was wanted to convert a given amount of yarn into a yard of cotton or cloth. The poor hand loom weaver now worked 17 or 18 hours daily, instead of the 9 or 10 hours he had worked before. Still, the product of 20 hours of his labor represented now only 10 social hours of labor, or 10 hours of labor socially necessary for the conversion of a certain amount of yarn into textile stuffs. His product of 20 hours had, therefore, no more value than his former product of 10 hours. If, then, the quantity of socially necessary labor realized in commodities regulates their exchangeable values, every increase in the quantity of labor wanted for the production of a commodity must augment its value, as every diminution must lower it. If the respective quantities of labor necessary for the production of the respective commodities remained constant, their relative values also would be constant. But such is not the case. The quantity of labor necessary for the production of a commodity changes continuously with the changes in the productive powers of the labor employed. The greater the productive powers of labor, the more produce is finished in a given time of labor, and the smaller the productive powers of labor, the less produce is finished in the same time. If, for example, in the progress of population, it should become necessary to cultivate less fertile soils, the same amount of produce would be only attainable by a greater amount of labor spent, and the value of agricultural produce would consequently rise. On the other hand, if with the modern means of production, a single spinner converts into yarn, during one working day, many thousand times the amount of cotton which he could have spun during the same time with the spinning wheel, it is evident that every single pound of cotton will absorb many thousand times less of spinning labor than it did before, and consequently, the value added by spinning to every single pound of 79. Wages, price, and profit. Cotton will be 1,000 times less than before. The value of yarn will sink accordingly. Apart from the different natural energies and acquired working abilities of different peoples, the productive powers of labor must principally depend, firstly, upon the natural conditions of labor, such as fertility of soil, mines, and so forth. Secondly, upon the progressive improvement of the social powers of labor, such as are derived from production on a grand scale, concentration of capital and combination of labor, subdivision of labor, machinery, improved methods, appliance of chemical and other natural agencies, shortening of time and space by means of communication and transport, and every other contrivance by which science presses natural agencies into the service of labor, and by which the social or cooperative character of labor is developed. The greater the productive powers of labor, the less labor is bestowed upon a given amount of produce. Hence the smaller the value of this produce. The smaller the productive powers of labor, the more labor is bestowed upon the same amount of produce. Hence the greater its value. As a general law, we may, therefore, set it down that The values of commodities are directly as the times of labor employed in their production, and are inversely as the productive powers of the labor employed. Having till now only spoken of value, I shall add a few words about price, which is a peculiar form assumed by value. Price, taken by itself, is nothing but the monetary expression of value. The values of all commodities of this country, for example, are expressed in gold prices, while on the continent they are mainly expressed in silver prices. The value of gold or silver, like that of all other commodities, is regulated by the quantity of labor necessary for getting them. You exchange a certain amount of your national products, in which a certain amount of your national labor is crystallized, for the produce of the gold and silver producing countries, in which a certain quantity of their labor is crystallized. It is in this way, in fact by barter, that you learn to express in gold and silver the values of all commodities, that is, the respective quantities of labor bestowed upon them. Looking somewhat closer into the monetary expression of value, or what comes to the same, the conversion of value into 86, value in labor, price, you will find that it is a process by which you give to the values of all commodities an independent and homogeneous form, or by which you express them as quantities of equal social labor. So far as it is but the monetary expression of value, price has been called natural price by Adam Smith, prix nécessaire by the French physiocrats. What, then, is the relation between value and market prices, or between natural prices and market prices? You all know that the market price is the same for all commodities of the same kind, however the conditions of production may differ for the individual producers. The market price expresses only the average amount of social labor necessary, under the average conditions of production, to supply the market with a certain mass of a certain article. It is calculated upon the whole lot of a commodity of a certain description. So far, the market price of a commodity coincides with its value. On the other hand, the oscillations of market prices, rising now over, sinking now under the value or natural price, depend upon the fluctuations of supply and demand. The deviations of market prices from values are continual, but as Adam Smith says, the natural price is the central price to which the prices of all commodities are continually gravitating. Different axii dense may sometimes keep them suspended a good deal above it, and sometimes force them down even somewhat below it. But whatever may be the obstacles which hinder them from settling in this center of repose and continuance, they are constantly tending towards it. 11. I cannot now sift this matter. It suffices to say that if supply and demand equilibrate each other, the market prices of commodities will correspond with their natural prices, that is to say, with their values, as determined by the respective quantities of labor required for their production. But supply and demand must constantly tend to equilibrate each other, although they do so only by compensating one fluctuation by another. 8. 11. Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Edinburgh, 1814, Waddle.O. I. P. 93. 81. Wages, price, and profit rise by a fall, and vice versa. If instead of considering only the daily fluctuations you analyze the movement of market prices for longer periods, as Mr. Tuke, for example, has done in his History of Prices, you will find that the fluctuations of market prices, their deviations from values, their ups and downs, paralyze and compensate each other, so that apart from the effect of monopolies and some other modifications, I must now pass by, all descriptions of commodities are, on average, sold at their respective values or natural prices. The average periods during which the fluctuations of market prices compensate each other are different for different kinds of commodities, because with one kind it is easier to adapt supply to demand than with the other. If then, speaking broadly and embracing somewhat longer periods, all descriptions of commodities sell at their respective values, it is nonsense to suppose that profit, not in individual cases, but that the constant and usual profits of different trades spring from surcharging the prices of commodities, or selling them at a price over and above their value. The absurdity of this notion becomes evident if it is generalized. What a man would constantly win as a seller, he would as constantly lose as a purchaser. It would not do to say that there are men who are buyers without being sellers, or consumers without being producers. What these people pay to the producers, they must first get from them for nothing. If a man first takes your money and afterwards returns that money in buying your commodities, you will never enrich yourselves by selling your commodities too dear to that same man. This sort of transaction might diminish a loss, but would never help in realizing a profit. To explain, therefore, the general nature of profits, you must start from the theorem that, on an average, commodities are sold at their real values, and that profits are derived from selling them at their values. That is, in proportion to the quantity of labor realized in them. If you cannot explain profit upon this supposition, you cannot explain it at all. This seems paradox and contrary to everyday observation. It is also paradox that the earth moves round the sun, and that water consists of two highly inflammable gases. Scientific truth is always paradox, if judged by everyday experience, which catches only the delusive appearance of things. 82. 70. Laboring power. Chapter 7-2. Laboring power 12. Having now, as far as it could be done in such a cursory manner, analyzed the nature of the value of any commodity whatever, we must turn our attention to the specific value of labor. And here again I must startle you by a seeming paradox. All of you feel sure that what they daily sell is their labor, that therefore labor has a price, and that the price of a commodity being only the monetary expression of its value, there must certainly exist such a thing as the value of labor. However, there exists no such thing as the value of labor in the common acceptance of the word. We have seen that the amount of necessary labor crystallized in a commodity constitutes its value. Now, applying this notion of value, how could we define, say, the value of a 10 hours working day? How much labor is contained in that day? 10 hours labor. To say that the value of a 10 hours working day is equal to 10 hours labor, or the quantity of labor contained in it, would be a tautological and, moreover, a nonsensical expression. Of course, having once found out the true but hidden sense of the expression, value of labor, we shall be able to interpret this irrational and seemingly impossible application of value in the same way that, having once made sure of the real movement of the celestial bodies, we shall be able to explain their apparent or merely phenomenal movements. What the working man sells is not directly his labor, but his labor power, the temporary disposal of which he makes over to the capitalist. This is so much the case that I do not know whether by the English laws, but certainly by some continental laws, the maximum time is fixed for which a man is allowed to sell his laboring power. If allowed to do so for any indefinite period whatever, slavery would be immediately restored. Such a sale, if it comprised his lifetime, for example, would make him at once the lifelong slave of his employer. One of the oldest economists and most original philosophers of England, Thomas Hobbes, has already, in his Leviathan, instinctively 12 labor power in the authorized English translation of Capital to Cardo. 83. Wages, price, and profit. Hit upon this point, overlooked by all his successors. He says, the value or worth of a man is, as in all other things, his price. That is, so much as would be given for the use of his power. 13. Proceeding from this basis, we shall be able to determine the value of labor as that of all other commodities. But, before doing so, we might ask, how does this strange phenomenon arise that we find on the market a set of buyers possessed of land, machinery, raw material, and the means of subsistence, all of them, save land in its crude state. The products of labor, and on the other hand, a set of sellers who have nothing to sell except their laboring power, their working arms and brains, that the one set buys continually in order to make a profit and enrich themselves, while the other set continually sells in order to earn their livelihood. The inquiry into this question would be an inquiry into what the economists call previous or original accumulation, but which ought to be called original expropriation. We should find that this so-called original accumulation means nothing but a series of historical processes resulting in a decomposition of original union existing between the laboring man and his instruments of labor. Such an inquiry, however, lies beyond the pale of my present subject. The separation between the man of labor and the instruments of labor once established, such a state of things will maintain itself and reproduce itself upon a constantly increasing scale until a new and fundamental revolution in the mode of production should again overturn it and restore the original union in a new historical form. What then is the value of laboring power? Like that of every other commodity, its value is determined by the quantity of labor necessary to produce it. The laboring power of a man exists only in his living individuality. A certain mass of necessaries must be consumed by a man to grow up and maintain his life, but the man, like the machine, will wear out and must be replaced by another man. Beside the mass of necessaries required for his own maintenance, he wants another amount of necessaries to bring up a certain quota of children that are to replace him on the labor market and to perpetuate the race of Leo. 13. Thomas Hobbes. Leviathan, or the matter, form and power of a commonwealth, ecclesiastical and civil. English Works, London, 839, Vol. All, Bill. 3, p. 76. 84. 7. Turn. Laboring power. Laborers. Moreover, to develop his laboring power and acquire a given skill, another amount of values must be spent. For our purpose, it suffices to consider only average labor, the costs of whose education and development are vanishing magnitudes. Still, I must seize upon this occasion to state that, as the costs of producing laboring powers of different quality differ, so must differ the values of the laboring powers employed in different trades. The cry for equality of wages rests, therefore, upon a mistake, is an insane wish never to be fulfilled. It is an offspring of that false and superficial radicalism that accepts premises and tries to evade conclusions. Upon the basis of the wages system, the value of laboring power is settled like that of every other commodity, and as different kinds of laboring power have different values, or require different quantities of labor for their production, they must fetch different prices in the labor market. To clamor for equal or even equitable retribution on the basis of the wages system is the same as to clamor for freedom on the basis of the slavery system. What you think just or equitable is out of the question. The question is, what is necessary and unavoidable with a given system of production? After what has been said, it will be seen that the value of laboring power is determined by the value of the necessaries required to produce, develop, maintain, and perpetuate the laboring power. 85. 8. Production of surplus value. Chapter 8a. Production of surplus value. Now suppose that the average amount of the daily necessaries of a laboring man requires 6 hours of average labor for their production. Suppose, moreover, 6 hours of average labor to be also realized in a quantity of gold equal to 3s. Then 3s would be the price or the monetary expression of the daily value of that man's laboring power. If he worked daily 6 hours, he would daily produce a value sufficient to buy the average amount of his daily necessaries, or to maintain himself as a laboring man. But our man is a wages laborer. He must, therefore, sell his laboring power to a capitalist. If he sells it at 3s daily, or 18s weekly, he sells it at its value. Suppose him to be a spinner. If he works 6 hours daily, he will add to the cotton a value of 3s daily. This value, daily added by him, would be an exact equivalent for the wages, or the price, of his laboring power, received daily. But in that case, no surplus value or surplus produce whatever would go to the capitalist. Here then we come to the rub. In buying the laboring power of the workman, and paying its value, the capitalist, like every other purchaser, has acquired the right to consume or use the commodity bought. You consume or use the laboring power of a man by making him work, as you consume or use a machine by making it run. By paying the daily or weekly value of the laboring power of the workman, the capitalist has therefore acquired the right to use or make that laboring power work during the whole day or week. The working day, or the working week, has, of course, certain limits, but those we shall afterwards look more closely at. For the present, I want to turn your attention to one decisive point. The value of the laboring power is determined by the quantity of labor necessary to maintain or reproduce it. But the use of that laboring power is only limited by the active energies and physical strength of the laborer. The daily or weekly value of the laboring power is quite distinct from the daily or weekly exercise of that power. The same as the food a horse wants and the time it can carry the horseman are quite distinct. The quantity of labor by which the value of the workman's laboring power, 87. Wages, price, and profit, is limited to the quantity of labor which his laboring power is apt to perform. Take the example of our spinner. We have seen that to daily reproduce his laboring power, he must daily reproduce a value of 3 shillings, which he will do by working 6 hours daily. But this does not disable him from working 10 or 12 or more hours a day, but by paying the daily or weekly value of the spinner's laboring power, the capitalist has acquired the right of using that laboring power during the whole day or week. He will, therefore, make him work, say, daily, 12 hours, over and above the 6 hours required to replace his wages or the value of his laboring power. He will, therefore, have to work 6 other hours, which I shall call hours of surplus labor, which surplus labor will realize itself in a surplus value and a surplus produce. If our spinner, for example, by his daily labor of 6 hours, added 3 shillings value to the cotton, a value forming an exact equivalent to his wages, he will, in 12 hours, add 6 shillings worth to the cotton, and produce a proportional surplus of yarn. As he has sold his laboring power to the capitalist, the whole value of produce created by him belongs to the capitalist, the owner, pro tem, of his laboring power. By advancing 3 shillings, the capitalist will, therefore, realize a value of 6 shillings, because, advancing a value in which 6 hours of labor are crystallized, he will receive in return a value in which 12 hours of labor are crystallized. By repeating this same process daily, the capitalist will daily advance 3 shillings and daily pocket 6 shillings, 1/2 of which will go to pay wages anew, and the other half of which will form surplus value, for which the capitalist pays no equivalent. It is this sort of exchange between capital and labor upon which capitalistic production, or the wages system, is founded, and which must constantly result in reproducing the working man as a working man, and the capitalist as a capitalist. The rate of surplus value, all other circumstances remaining the same, will depend on the proportion between that necessary to reproduce the value of the laboring power and the surplus time or surplus labor performed for the capitalist. It will, therefore, depend on the ratio in which the working day is prolonged over and above that extent, by working which the working man would only reproduce the value of his laboring power or replace his wages. 88. 9. Value of labor. Chapter 9. Value of labor. We must now return to the expression value or price of labor. We have seen that, in fact, it is only the value of the laboring power, measured by the values of commodities necessary for its maintenance. But since the workman receives his wages after his labor is performed, and knows, moreover, that what he actually gives to the capitalist is his labor. The value or price of his laboring power necessarily appears to him as the price or value of his labor itself. If the price of his laboring power is 3 shillings, in which 6 hours of labor are realized, and if he works 12 hours, he necessarily considers these 3 shillings as the value or price of 12 hours of labor. Although these 12 hours of labor realize themselves in a value of 6 shillings, a double consequence flows from this. Firstly, the value or price of the laboring power takes the semblance of the price or value of labor itself, although, strictly speaking, value and price of labor are senseless terms. Secondly, although one part only of the workman's daily labor is paid, while the other part is unpaid, and while that unpaid or surplus labor constitutes exactly the fund out of which surplus value or profit is formed, it seems as if the aggregate labor was paid labor. This false appearance distinguishes wages labor from other historical forms of labor. On the basis of the wages system, even the unpaid labor seems to be paid labor. With the slave, on the contrary, even that part of his labor which is paid appears to be unpaid. Of course, in order to work, the slave must live, and one part of his working day goes to replace the value of his own maintenance. But since no bargain is struck between him and his master, and no acts of selling and buying are going on between the two parties, all his labor seems to be given away for nothing. Take, on the other hand, the peasant serf, such as he, I might say, until yesterday existed in the whole east of Europe. This peasant worked, for example, 3 days for himself on his own field or the held allotted to him, and the 3 subsequent days he performed compulsory and gratuitous labor on the estate of his lord. Here, then, the paid and unpaid parts of 89. Wages, price, and profit of labor are sensibly separated in time and space, and our liberals overflowed with moral indignation at the preposterous notion of making a man work for nothing. In point of fact, however, whether a man works 3 days of the week for himself on his own field, and 3 days for nothing on the estate of his lord, or whether he works in the factory or the workshop 6 hours daily for himself and 6 for his employer, comes to the same, although in the latter case the paid and unpaid portions of labor are inseparably mixed up with each other, and the nature of the whole transaction is completely masked by the intervention of a contract and the pay received at the end of the week. The gratuitous labor appears to be voluntarily given in the one instance, and to be compulsory in the other. That makes all the difference. In using the word value of labor, I shall only use it as a popular slang term for value of laboring power. 90. 10. Profit is made by selling a commodity at its value. Chapter 10. Profit is made by selling a commodity at its value. Suppose an average hour of labor to be realized in a value equal to 6 pence, or 12 average hours of labor to be realized in 6 shillings. Suppose, further, the value of labor to be 3 shillings, or the produce of 6 hours' labor. If then, in the raw material, machinery, and so forth, used up in a commodity, 24 hours of average labor were realized, its value would amount to 12 shillings. If, moreover, the workman employed by the capitalist added 12 hours of labor to those means of production, these 12 hours would be realized in an additional value of 6 shillings. The total value of the product would therefore amount to 36 hours of realized labor, and be equal to 18 shillings. But as the value of labor, or the wages paid to the workman, would be 3 shillings only, no equivalent would have been paid by the capitalist for the 6 hours of surplus labor, worked by the workman, and realized in the value of the commodity. By selling this commodity at its value for 18 shillings, the capitalist would, therefore, realize a value of 3 shillings, for which he had paid no equivalent. These 3 shillings would constitute the surplus value or profit pocketed by him. The capitalist would consequently realize the profit of 3 shillings, not by selling his commodity at a price over and above its value, but by selling it at its real value. The value of commodity is determined by the total quantity of labor contained in it. But part of that quantity of labor is realized in a value, for which an equivalent has been paid in the form of wages. Part of it is realized in a value for which no equivalent has been paid. Part of the labor contained in the commodity is paid labor. Part is unpaid labor. By selling, therefore, the commodity at its value, that is, as the crystallization of the total quantity of labor bestowed upon it, the capitalist must necessarily sell it at a profit. He sells not only what has cost him an equivalent, but he sells also what has cost him nothing, although it has cost his workman labor. The cost of the commodity to the capitalist and its end. 91. Wages, price, and profit. Real cost are different things. I repeat, therefore, that normal and average profits are made by selling commodities not above, but at their real values. 92. 11. The different parts into which surplus value is decomposed. Chapter Potato. The different parts into which surplus value is decomposed. The surplus value, or that part of the total value of the commodity in which the surplus labor or unpaid labor of the working man is realized, I call profit. The whole of that profit is not pocketed by the employing capitalist. The monopoly of land enables the landlord to take one part of that surplus value under the name of rent, whether the land is used for agriculture, buildings, or railways, or for any other productive purpose. On the other hand, the very fact that the possession of the instruments of labor enables the employing capitalist to produce a surplus value, or, what comes to the same, to appropriate to himself a certain amount of unpaid labor, enables the owner of the means of labor, which he lends wholly or partly to the employing capitalist, enables, in one word, the money-lending capitalist to claim for himself, under the name of interest, another part of that surplus value, so that there remains to the employing capitalist as such only what is called industrial or commercial profit. By what laws this division of the total amount of surplus value amongst the three categories of people is regulated is a question quite foreign to our subject. This much, however, results from what has been stated. Rent, interest, and industrial profit are only different names for different parts of the surplus value of the commodity, or the unpaid labor enclosed in it, and they are equally derived from this source, and from this source alone. They are not derived from land as such or from capital as such, but land and capital enable their owners to get their respective shares out of the surplus value extracted by the employing capitalist from the laborer. For the laborer himself, it is a matter of subordinate importance whether that surplus value, the result of his surplus labor, or unpaid labor, is altogether pocketed by the employing capitalist, or whether the latter is obliged to pay portions of it under the name of rent and interest away to third parties. Suppose the employing capitalist to use only his own capital and to be his own landlord, then the whole surplus value would go into his pocket. 93. Wages, price, and profit. It is the employing capitalist who immediately extracts from the laborer this surplus value, whatever part of it he may ultimately be able to keep for himself. Upon this relation, therefore, between the employing capitalist and the wages laborer, the whole wages system and the whole present system of production hinge. Some of the citizens who took part in our debate were, therefore, wrong in trying to mince matters and to treat this fundamental relation between the employing capitalist and the working man as a secondary question, although they were right in stating that, under given circumstances, a rise of prices might affect in very unequal degrees the employing capitalist, the landlord, the moneyed capitalist, and, if you please, the tax gatherer. Another consequence follows from what has been stated. That part of the value of a commodity which represents only the value of the raw materials, the machinery, in one word, no revenue at all, but replaces only capital. But, apart from this, it is false that the other part of the value of the commodity which forms revenue, or may be spent in the form of wages, profits, rent, interest, is constituted by the value of wages, the value of rent, the value of profits, and so forth. We shall in the first instance discard wages, and only treat industrial profits, interest, and rent. We have just seen that the surplus value contained in the commodity, or that part of its value in which unpaid labor is realized, resolves itself into different fractions, bearing 3 different names. But it would be quite the reverse of the truth to say that its value is composed of, or formed by, the addition of the independent values of these 3 constituents. If 1 hour of labor realizes itself in a value of 6 pence, if the working day of the laborer comprises 12 hours, if half of this time is unpaid labor, that surplus labor will add to the commodity a surplus value of 3 shillings. That is, a value for which no equivalent has been paid. This surplus value of 3 shillings constitutes the whole fund which the employing capitalist may divide, in whatever proportions, with the landlord and the moneylender. The value of these 3 shillings constitutes the limit of the value they have to divide amongst them. But it is not the employing capitalist who adds to the value of the commodity an arbitrary value for his profit, to which another value is added for the landlord, and so forth, so that the addition of these arbitrarily fixed values would constitute the total value. You see, therefore, the fallacy of the Pop 94. 11. The different parts into which surplus value is decomposed. Law notion, which confounds the decomposition of a given value into 3 parts, with the formation of that value by the addition of 3 independent values, thus converting the aggregate value from which rent, profit, and interest are derived into an arbitrary magnitude. If the total profit realized by a capitalist be equal to £100, we call this sum, considered as absolute magnitude, the amount of profit. But if we calculate the ratio which those £100 bear to the capital advanced, we call this relative magnitude. It is evident that this rate of profit may be expressed in a double way. Suppose £100 to be the capital advanced in wages. If the surplus value created is also £100, and this would show us that half the working day of the laborer consists of unpaid labor, and if we measured this profit by the value of the capital advanced in wages, we should say that the rate of profit amounted to 100%, because the value advanced would be 100, and the value realized would be 200. If, on the other hand, we should not only consider the capital advanced in wages, but the total capital advanced, say, for example, £500, of which £400 represented the value of raw materials, machinery, and so forth, we should say that the rate of profit amounted only to 20%, because the profit of 100 would be but the 5th part of the total capital advanced. The first mode of expressing the rate of profit is the only one which shows you the real ratio between paid and unpaid labor, the real degree of the exploitation, you must allow me this French word, of labor. The other mode of expression is that in common use, and is indeed appropriate for certain purposes. At all events, it is very useful for concealing the degree in which the capitalist extracts gratuitous labor from the workman. In the remarks I have still to make, I shall use the word profit for the whole amount of the surplus value extracted by the capitalist, without any regard to the division of that surplus value between different parties. And in using the words rate of profit, I shall always measure profits by the value of the capital advanced in wages. 95. 12. General relation of profits, wages, and prices. Chapter 12. General relation of profits, wages, and prices. Deduct from the value of a commodity the value replacing the value of the raw materials and other means of production used upon it. That is to say, deduct the value representing the past labor contained in it, and the remainder of its value will resolve into the quantity of labor added by the working man last employed. If that working man works 12 hours daily, if 12 hours of average labor crystallize themselves in an amount of gold equal to 6 shillings, this additional value of 6 shillings is the only value his labor will have created. This given value, determined by the time of his labor, is the only fund from which both he and the capitalist have to draw their respective shares or dividends, the only value to be divided into wages and profits. It is evident that this value itself will not be altered by the variable proportions in which it may be divided amongst the two parties. There will also be nothing changed if in the place of one working man, you put the whole working population, 12 million working days, for example, instead of one. Since the capitalist and workman have only to divide this limited value, that is, the value measured by the total labor of the working man, the more the one gets, the less will the other get, and vice versa. Whenever a quantity is given, one part of it will increase inversely, as the other decreases. If the wages change, profits will change in an opposite direction. If wages fall, profits will rise, and if wages rise, profits will fall. If the working man, on our former supposition, gets shillings, equal to 1/2 of the value he has created, or if his whole working day consists half of paid, half of unpaid labor, the rate of profit will be 100%. Now, because the capitalist would also get 3 shillings. If the working man receives only 2 shillings, or works only 1/3 of the whole day for himself, the capitalist will 4 shillings, and the rate of profit will be 200%. If the working man receives 4 shillings, the capitalist will only receive 2, and the rate of profit would sink to 50%. But all these variations, 97, wages, price, and profit, will not affect the value of the commodity. A general rise of wages would, therefore, result in a fall of the general rate of profit, but not affect values. But although the values of commodities, which must ultimately regulate their market prices, are exclusively determined by the total quantities of labor fixed in them, and not by the division of that quantity into paid and unpaid labor, it by no means follows that the values of the single commodities, or lots of commodities, produced during 12 hours, for example, will remain constant. The number or mass of commodities produced in a given time of labor, or by a given quantity of labor, depends upon the productive power of the labor employed, and upon its extent or length. With 1 degree of the productive power of spinning labor, for example, a working day of 12 hours may produce 12 pounds of yarn, with a lesser degree of productive power, only 2 pounds. If then 12 hours average labor were realized in the value of 6 shillings in the one case, the 12 pounds of yarn would cost 6 shillings. In the other case, the 2 pounds of yarn would also cost 6 shillings. 1 pound of yarn would, therefore, cost 6 pence in the one case, and 3 shillings in the other. This difference of price would result from the difference in the productive powers of the labor employed. 1 hour of labor would be realized in 1 pound of yarn with the greater productive power, while with the smaller productive power, 6 hours of labor would be realized in 1 pound of yarn. The price of a pound of yarn would, in the one instance, be only 6 pence. Although wages were relatively high and the rate of profit low, it would be 3 shillings in the other instance, although wages were low and the rate of profit high. This would be so because the price of the pound of yarn is regulated by the total amount of labor worked up in it, and not by the proportional division of that total amount into paid and unpaid labor. The fact I have before mentioned, that high-priced labor may produce cheap, and low-priced labor may produce dear commodities, loses, therefore, its paradoxical appearance. It is only the expression of the general law that the value of a commodity is regulated by the quantity of labor worked up in it, and that the quantity of labor worked up in it depends altogether upon the productive powers of the labor employed, and will, therefore, vary with every variation in the productivity of labor. 98. 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resisting their fall. Chapter 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resisting their fall. Let us now seriously consider the main cases in which a rise of wages is attempted or a reduction of wages resisted. B. We have seen that the value of the laboring power, or in more popular parlance, the value of labor, is determined by the value of necessaries, or the quantity of labor required to produce them. If, then, in a given country, the value of the daily average necessaries of the laborer represented 6 hours of labor expressed in 3 shillings, the laborer would have to work 6 hours daily to produce an equivalent for his daily maintenance. If the whole working day was 12 hours, the capitalist would pay him the value of his labor by paying him 3 shillings. Half the working day would be unpaid labor, and the rate of profit would amount to 100%. But now suppose that, consequent upon a decrease of productivity, more labor should be wanted to produce, say, the same amount of agricultural produce, 60, that the price of the average daily necessaries should rise from 3 to 4 shilling. In that case, the value of labor would rise by 1/3, or 331.3%. 8 hours of the working day would be required to produce an equivalent for the daily maintenance of the laborer, according to his old standard of living. The surplus labor would therefore sink from 6 hours to 4, and the rate of profit from 100 to 50%. But in insisting upon a rise of wages, the laborer would only insist upon getting the increased value of his labor, like every other seller of a commodity, who, the costs of his commodities having increased, tries to get its increased value paid. If wages did not rise or not sufficiently rise to compensate for the increased values of necessaries, the price of labor would sink below the value of labor, and the laborer's standard of life would deteriorate. But a change might also take place in an opposite direction. By virtue of the increased productivity of labor, the same amount of the average daily necessaries might sink from 3 to 2 shillings, or only 4 hours out of the working day, instead of 6, be wanted to reproduce an 99 wages, price and profit, equivalent for the value of the daily necessaries. The working man would now be able to buy with 2 shillings as many necessaries as he did before with 3 shillings. Indeed, the value of labor would have sunk, but that diminished value would command the same amount of commodities as before. Then profits would rise from 3 to 4 shillings, and the rate of profit from 100 to 200%. Although the laborer's absolute standard of life would have remained the same, his relative wages, and therewith his relative social position, as compared with that of the capitalist, would have been lowered. If the working man should resist that reduction of relative wages, he would only try to get some share in the increased productive powers of his own labor, and to maintain his former relative position in the social scale. Thus, after the abolition of the Corn Laws, and in flagrant violation of the most solemn pledges given during the anti-Corn Law agitation, the English factory lords generally reduced wages 10%. The resistance of the workmen was at first baffled, but, consequent upon circumstances I cannot now enter upon, the 10% lost were afterwards regained. 2. The values of necessaries, and consequently the value of labor, might remain the same, but a change might occur in their money prices, consequent upon a previous change in the value of money. By the discovery of more fertile mines and so forth, 2 ounces of gold might, for example, cost no more labor to produce than 1 ounce did before. The value of gold would then be depreciated by 1/2, or 50%, as the values of all other commodities would then be expressed in twice their former money prices, so also the same with the value of labor. 12 hours of labor, formerly expressed in 6 shillings, would now be expressed in 12 shillings. If the working man's wages should remain 3 shillings instead of rising to 6 shillings, the money price of his labor would only be equal to half the value of his labor, and his standard of life would fearfully deteriorate. This would also happen in a greater or lesser degree if his wages should rise, but not proportionately to the fall in the value of gold. In such a case, nothing would have been changed, either in the productive powers of labor, or in supply and demand, or in values. Nothing could have changed except the money names of those values. To say that in such a case the workman ought not to insist upon a proportionate rise of wages is to say that he must be content to be paid 100. 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resisting their fall. With names instead of with things. All past history proves that whenever such a depreciation of money occurs, the capitalists are on the alert to seize this opportunity for defrauding the workman. A very large school of political economists assert that, consequent upon the new discoveries of gold lands, the better working of silver mines, and the cheaper supply of quicksilver, the value of precious metals has been again depreciated. This would explain the general and simultaneous attempts on the continent at a rise of wages. 3. We have till now supposed that the working day has given limits. The working day, however, has, by itself, no constant limits. It is the constant tendency of capital to stretch it to its utmost physically possible length, because in the same degree surplus labor, and consequently the profit resulting therefrom, will be increased. The more capital succeeds in prolonging the working day, the greater the amount of other people's labor it will appropriate. During the 17th, and even the first two-thirds of the 18th century, a 10 hours working day was the normal working day all over England. During the anti-Jacobin War, 14, which was in fact a war waged by the British barons against the British working masses, capital celebrated its bacchanalia and prolonged the working day from 10 to 12, 14, 18 hours. Malthus, by no means a man whom you would suspect of a maudlin sentimentalism, declared in a pamphlet, published about 1815, that if this sort of thing was to go on, the life of the nation would be attacked at its very source. 15, a few years before the general introduction of the newly invented machinery, about 1765, a pamphlet appeared in England under the title, An Essay on Trade. 16. The anonymous author, an avowed enemy of the working classes, declaims on the necessary. 14. This refers to the wars waged by England from 1793 to 1815 against France during the period of the bourgeois revolution of France in the late 18th century. During these wars, the British government established a terror regime against the working people. In particular, during this period, several popular uprisings in England were suppressed, and laws were passed which made trade unionism illegal. 15. Marx is referring to Thomas Malthus's critical pamphlet entitled An Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, and the Principles by which it is regulated. London, 1815. 16. This refers to the pamphlet, An Essay on Trade and Commerce, containing observations on taxes, published anonymously in London in 1770. It was attributed to J. Cunningham. 101. Wages, price, and profit. City of expanding the limits of the working day. Amongst other means to this end, he proposes working houses, which he says ought to be houses of terror. And what is the length of the working day he prescribes for these houses of terror? 12 hours, the very same time which in 1832 was declared by capitalists, political economists, and ministers to be not only the existing, but the necessary time of labor for a child under 12 years 17, by selling his laboring power. And he must do so under the present system. The working man makes over to the capitalist the consumption of that power, but within certain rational limits. He sells his laboring power in order to maintain it, apart from its natural wear and tear, but not to destroy it. In selling his laboring power at its daily or weekly value, it is understood that in 1 day or 1 week that laboring power shall not be submitted to 2 days or 2 weeks, waste or wear and tear. Take a machine worth £1,000 sterling. If it is used up in 10 years, it will add to the value of the commodities in whose production it assists £100 sterling yearly. If it be used up in 5 years, it would add £200 sterling yearly, or the value of its annual wear and tear is in inverse ratio to the time in which it is consumed. But this distinguishes the working man from the machine. Machinery does not wear out exactly in the same ratio in which it is used. Man, on the contrary, decays in a greater ratio than would be visible from the mere numerical addition of work. In their attempts at reducing the working day to its former rational dimensions, or, where they cannot enforce a legal fixation of a normal working day, at checking overwork by a rise of wages, a rise not only in proportion to the surplus time exacted, but in a greater proportion, working men fulfill only a duty to themselves and their race. They only set limits to the tyrannical usurpations of capital. Time is the room of human development. A man who has no free time to dispose of, whose whole lifetime, apart from the mere physical interruptions by sleep, meals, and so forth, is absorbed by his labor for the capitalist, is less than a beast of burden. He is a mere machine for producing foreign wealth, broken in body and brutalized in mind. Yet the whole history of modern industry shows 17. This refers to a debate on child and juvenile labor in the British Parliament between February and March 1832, which arose out of the 10 Hours Bill introduced in 1831. 102. 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resisting their fall. That capital, if not checked, will recklessly and ruthlessly work to cast down the whole working class to this utmost state of degradation. In prolonging the working day, a capitalist may pay higher wages and still lower the value of labor. If the rise of wages does not correspond to the greater amount of labor extracted and the quicker decay of the laboring power thus caused, this may be done in another way. Your middle-class statisticians will tell you, for instance, that the average wages of factory families in Lancashire have risen. They forget that instead of the labor of the man, the head of the family, his wife, and perhaps 3 or 4 children are now thrown under the juggernaut wheelsighteen of capital, and that the rise of the aggregate wages does not correspond to the aggregate surplus labor extracted from the family. Even with given limits of the working day, such as they now exist in all branches of industry subjected to the factory laws, a rise of wages may become necessary, if only to keep up the old standard value of labor. By increasing the intensity of labor, a man may be made to expend as much vital force in 1 hour as he formerly did in 2. This has, to a certain degree, been effected in the trades, placed under the Factory Acts, by the acceleration of machinery, and the greater number of working machines which a single individual has now to superintend. If the increase in the intensity of labor, or the mass of labor spent in an hour, keeps some fair proportion to the decrease in the extent of the working day, the working man will still be the winner. If this limit is overshot, he loses in one form what he has gained in another, and 10 hours of labor may then become as ruinous as 12 hours were before. In checking this tendency of capital, by struggling for a rise of wages corresponding to the rising intensity of labor, the working man only resists the depreciation of his labor and the deterioration of his race. 4. So, all of you know that from reasons I have not now to explain, capitalistic production moves through certain periodical cycles. It moves through a state of quiescence, growing animation, prosperity, overtrade. 18. Juggernaut, according to Hinduism, is a form of the Hindu god Vishnu. The cult of Juggernaut is characterized by elaborate ceremony and fanatic religious passion, which used to be manifested by self-torment and suicidal immolation. During festivals, an image of Vishnu Juggernaut is drawn on a huge car, under whose wheels many devotees, it is said, used to allow themselves to be crushed to death. 103. Wages, price, and profit. Crisis and stagnation. The market prices of commodities and the market rates of profit follow these phases, now sinking below their averages, now rising above them. Considering the whole cycle, you will find that one deviation of the market price is being compensated by the other, and that, taking the average of the cycle, the market prices of commodities are regulated by their values. Well, during the phase of sinking market prices and the phases of crisis and stagnation, the working man, if not thrown out of employment altogether, is sure to have his wages lowered. Not to be defrauded, he must, even with such a fall of market prices, debate with the capitalist in what proportional degree a fall of wages has become necessary. If, during the phases of prosperity, when extra profits are made, he did not battle for a rise of wages, he would, taking the average of one industrial cycle, not even receive his average wages or the value of his labor. It is the utmost height of folly to demand that while his wages are necessarily affected by the adverse phases of the cycle, he should exclude himself from compensation during the prosperous phases of the cycle. Generally, the values of all commodities are only realized by the compensation of the continuously changing market prices, springing from the continuous fluctuations of demand and supply. On the basis of the present system, labor is only a commodity like others. It must, therefore, pass through the same fluctuations to fetch an average price corresponding to its value. It would be absurd to treat it on the one hand as a commodity, and to want on the other hand to exempt it from the laws which regulate the prices of commodities. The slave receives a permanent and fixed amount of maintenance. The wages laborer does not. He must try to get a rise of wages in the one instance, if only to compensate for a fall of wages in the other. If he resigned himself to accept the will, the dictates of the capitalist as a permanent economical law, he would share in all the miseries of the slave, without the security of the slave. 5. In all the cases I have considered, and they form 99 out of 100, you have seen that a struggle for a rise of wages follows only in the track of previous changes, and is the necessary offspring of previous changes in the amount of production, the productive powers of labor, the value of labor, the value of money, the extent or the intensity of labor extracted, the fluctuations of market prices, dependent upon the fluctuations of demand and supply, and consistent with the different phases of 104. 13. Main cases of attempts at raising wages or resisting their fall. The industrial cycle, in one word, as reactions of labor against the previous action of capital. By treating the struggle for a rise of wages independently of all these circumstances, by looking only upon the changes of wages and overlooking all the other changes from which they emanate, you proceed from a false premise in order to arrive at false conclusions. 105. 14. The struggle between capital and labor and its results. Chapter 14t. The struggle between capital and labor and its results. 1. Die. Having shown that the periodical resistance on the part of the working men against a reduction of wages, and their periodical attempts at getting a rise of wages, are inseparable from the wages system, and dictated by the very fact of labor being assimilated to commodities, and therefore subject to the laws regulating the general movement of prices, having, furthermore, shown that a general rise of wages would result in a fall in the general rate of profit, but not affect the average prices of commodities or their values. The question now ultimately arises, how far? In this incessant struggle between capital and labor, the latter is likely to prove successful. I might answer by a generalization and say that, as with all other commodities, so with labor, its market price will, in the long run, adapt itself to its value, that therefore, despite all the ups and downs, and do what he may, the working man will, on an average, only receive the value of his labor, which resolves into the value of his laboring power, which is determined by the value of the necessaries required for its maintenance and reproduction, which value of necessaries finally is regulated by the quantity of labor wanted to produce them. But there are some peculiar features which distinguish the value of the laboring power, or value of labor, from the value of all other commodities. The value of the laboring power is formed by two elements. The one merely physical, the other historical or social. Its ultimate limit is determined by the physical element, that is to say, to maintain and reproduce itself, to perpetuate its physical existence. The working class must receive the necessaries, absolutely indispensable for living and multiplying. The value of those indispensable necessaries forms, therefore, the ultimate limit of the value of labor. On the other hand, the length of the working day is also limited by ultimate, although very elastic boundaries. Its ultimate limit is given by the physical force of the laboring man. If the daily exhaustion of his vital forces exceeds a certain degree, it cannot be exerted anew, day by day. However, as I said, this limit is very elastic. A quick 107. Wages, price, and profit. Succession of unhealthy and short-lived generations will keep the labor market as well supplied as a series of vigorous and long-lived generations. Besides this mere physical element, the value of labor is in every country determined by a traditional standard of life. It is not mere physical life, but it is the satisfaction of certain wants springing from the social conditions in which people are placed and reared up. The English standard of life may be reduced to the Irish standard, the standard of life of a German peasant to that of a Livonian peasant. The important part which historical tradition and social habitude play in this respect, you may learn from Mr. Thornton's work on overpopulation, 19, where he shows that the average wages in different agricultural districts of England still nowadays differ more or less according to the more or less favorable circumstances under which the districts have emerged from the state of serfdom. This historical or social element, entering into the value of labor, may be expanded or contracted or altogether extinguished, so that nothing remains but the physical limit. During the time of the anti-Jacobin War, undertaken as the incorrigible tax-eater and sinecurist, old George Rose used to say, "To save the comforts of our holy religion from the inroads of the French infidels, the honest English farmers, so tenderly handled in a former chapter of ours, depressed the wages of the agricultural laborers even beneath that mere physical minimum, but made up by poor lost 20 the remainder necessary for the physical perpetuation of the race." This was a glorious way to convert the wages laborer into a slave, and Shakespeare's proud yeoman into a pauper. By comparing the standard wages or values of labor in different countries, and by comparing them in different historical epochs of the same country, you will find that the value of labor itself is not a fixed, but a variable magnitude, even supposing the values of all other commodities to remain constant. A similar comparison would prove that not only the market rates of profit change, but its average rates. 19 W. T. Thornton, Overpopulation and Its Remedy, London, 1846. 20. Under the Poor Laws of England, first introduced in the 16th century, every parish collected poor rates from its inhabitants. Those who could not provide for themselves and their families were granted relief. 108. 14. The struggle between capital and labor and its results. But as to profits, there exists no law which determines their minimum. We cannot say what is the ultimate limit of their decrease. And why cannot we fix that limit? Because although we can fix the minimum of wages, we cannot fix their maximum. We can only say that, the limits of the working day being given, the maximum of profit corresponds to the physical minimum of wages, and that, wages being given, the maximum of profit corresponds to such a prolongation of the working day as is compatible with the physical force of the laborer. The maximum of profit is, therefore, limited by the physical minimum of wages and the physical maximum of the working day. It is evident that between the two limits of this maximum rate of profit, an immense scale of variations is possible. The fixation of its actual degree is only settled by the continuous struggle between capital and labor, the capitalists constantly tending to reduce wages to their physical minimum and to extend working day to its physical maximum, while the working man constantly presses in the opposite direction. The matter resolves itself into a question of the respective powers of the combatants. 2. As to the limitation of the working day in England, as in all other countries, it has never been settled except by legislative interference. Without the working men's continuous pressure from without, that interference would never have taken place. But at all events, the result was not to be attained by private settlement between the working men and the capitalists. This very necessity of general political action affords the proof that in its merely economic action capital is the stronger side. As to the limits of the value of labor, its actual settlement always depends upon supply and demand. I mean the demand for labor on the part of capital, and the supply of labor by the working man. In colonial countries, the law of supply and demand favors the working man. Hence, the relatively high standard of wages in the United States. Capital may there try its utmost. It cannot prevent the labor market from being continuously emptied by the continuous conversion of wages laborers into independent, self-sustaining peasants. The position of a wages laborer is for a very large part of the American people but a probational state, which 109. Wages, price, and profit, they are sure to leave within a longer or shorter term. 21. To mend this colonial state of things, the paternal British government accepted for some time what is called the modern colonization theory, which consists in putting an artificial high price upon colonial land in order to prevent the too quick conversion of the wages laborer into the independent peasant. But let us now come to old civilized countries in which capital domineers over the whole process of production. Take, for example, the rise in England of agricultural wages from 1849 to 1859. What was its consequence? The farmers could not, as our friend Weston would have advised them, raise the value of wheat, nor even its market prices. They had, on the contrary, to submit to their fall. But during these 11 years they introduced machinery of all sorts, adopted more scientific methods, converted part of arable land into pasture, increased the size of farms, and with this, the scale of production, and by these and other processes diminishing the demand for labor, by increasing its productive power, made the agricultural population again relatively redundant. This is the general method in which a reaction, quicker or slower, of capital against a rise of wages takes place in old, settled countries. Ricardo has justly remarked that machinery is in constant competition with labor, and can often be only introduced when the price of labor has reached a certain height. 22. But the appliance of machinery is but one of the many methods for increasing the productive powers of labor. This very same development, which makes common labor relatively redundant, simplifies, on the other hand, skilled labor, and thus depreciates it. The same law obtains in another form. With the development of the productive powers of labor, the accumulation of capital will be accelerated, even despite a relatively high rate of wages. Hence, one might infer. 21. See Karl Marx. Capital, Felfef, Moscow, 1954. Valvadamse. I. Chap. Dotty. 23. P. 765. Note 1. We treat here of the United States are, speaking economically, still only a colony of Europe. Besides, to this category belong also such old plantations as those in which the abolition of slavery has completely altered the earlier conditions, as the land in colonial countries was forcibly converted everywhere into private property. Wage workers became deprived of the possibility of becoming self-sustaining producers. 22. David Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, London, late 121, p. 479, 110. 14. The struggle between capital and labor and its results. As Adam Smith, in whose days modern industry was still in its infancy, did infer that the accelerated accumulation of capital must turn the balance in favor of the working man by securing a growing demand for his labor. From this same standpoint, many contemporary writers have wondered that English capital having grown in the last 20 years so much quicker than English population, wages should not have been more enhanced. But simultaneously with the process of accumulation, there takes place a progressive change in the composition of capital. That part of the aggregate capital which consists of fixed capital, machinery, raw materials, means of production in all possible forms, progressively increases as compared with the other part of capital, which is laid out in wages or in the purchase of labor. This law has been stated in a more or less accurate manner by Mr. Barton, Ricardo, Sismondi, Professor Richard Jones, Professor Ramsay, Cherbuliez, and others. If the proportion of these two elements of capital was originally 1-to-1, it will, in the progress of industry, become 5-to-1, and so forth. If of a total capital of 600, 300 is laid out in instruments, raw materials, and so forth, and 300 in wages, The total capital wants only to be doubled to create a demand for 600 working men instead of for 300. But if of a capital of 600, 500 is laid out in machinery, materials, and so forth, and 100 only in wages, the same capital must increase from 600 to 3,600 in order to create a demand for 600 workmen instead of 300. In the progress of industry, the demand for labor keeps, therefore, no pace with the accumulation of capital. It will still increase in a constantly diminishing ratio as compared with the increase of capital. These few hints will suffice to show that the very development of modern industry must progressively turn the scale in favor of the capitalist against the working man, and that consequently the general tendency of capitalistic production is not to raise, but to sink the average standard of wages, or to push the value of labor more or less to its minimum limit. Such being the tendency of things in this system, is this saying that the working class ought to renounce their resistance against the encroachments of capital, and abandon their attempts at making the best of the occasional chances for the temporary improvement? If they did, they would be degraded to one level mass of broken wretches past salvation. I think I have shown that their struggles for the standard of wages are in CI 111. Wages, price, and profit, dense inseparable from the whole wages system. That in 99 cases out of 100, their efforts at raising wages are only efforts at maintaining the given value of labor, and that the necessity of debating their price with the capitalist is inherent in their condition of having to sell themselves as commodities. By cowardly giving way in their everyday conflict with capital, they would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. At the same time, and quite apart from the general servitude involved in the wages system, the working class ought not to exaggerate to themselves the ultimate working of these everyday struggles. They ought not to forget that they are fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects, that they are retarding the downward movement, but not changing its direction, that they are applying palliatives, not curing the malady. They ought, therefore, not to be exclusively absorbed in these unavoidable guerrilla fights, incessantly springing up from the never-ceasing encroachments of capital or changes of the market. They ought to understand that, with all the miseries it imposes upon them, the present system simultaneously engenders the material conditions and the social forms necessary for an economical reconstruction of society. Instead of the conservative motto, "A fair day's wage for a fair day's work," they ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, "Abolition of the wages system." After this very long, and I fear, tedious exposition which I was obliged to enter into to do some justice to the subject matter, I shall conclude by proposing the following resolutions. Firstly, a general rise in the rate of wages would result in a fall of the general rate of profit, but, broadly speaking, not affect the prices of commodities. Secondly, the general tendency of capitalist production is not to raise, but to sink the average standard of wages. Thirdly, trades unions work well as centers of resistance against the encroachments of capital. They fail partially from an injudicious use of their power. They fail generally from limiting themselves to a guerrilla war against the effects of the existing system, instead of simultaneously trying to change it. Instead of using their organized forces as a lever for the final emancipation of the working class, that is to say, the ultimate abolition of the wages system. 112. Collection. Works of Maoism. 1. Collected Works, 1968 to 1987. 7 Tamarón. Selected readings from the works. Communist Party of Peru, José María Cizón. 2. Selected Works, Volume the 6th 8. Selected Works, Volume 7. Mao Tse-tung. 3. Selected Works, Volume 7 9. Selected Works, Volume 3. Mao Tse-tung. 4. Selected Works, Volume 8 10 2. Selected Works, Volume 4. Mao Tse-tung. 5. Selected Works, Volume 9 11. Selected Works, Volume V. Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong. 6. Selected Works, Volume Affirmed. Mao Zedong. Collection New Roads. 1. Diet. From Victory to Defeat. China 6. Like Ho Chi Minh. Like Che. Socialist Road and Capitalist. Guevara. Reversal Ian Scott Horst. Pao Yu Ching 7 Tarto. Critiquing Brahmanism. 2. Silage Choppers and Snake K. Morale. Alijith. Spirits 8. Operation Green Hunt. Dao Yuan Chu. Adolfo Naya Fernandez. 3. Which East is Red. 9. Torre. Of Concepts and Methods. Andrew. Smith K. Morale. Ajith. 4. Mao Zedong's On Contradiction. The German Communist. Study Companion Resistance. Red Spark Collective T. Durbin. 5. Critique of Maoist Reason. J. Mufawad Paul. Collection Colorful Classics. 1. T. Marxism-Leninism Maoism 12. Fedi Guerrillas Speak On. Basic Course. Revised Edition Armed Struggle in Iran. Communist Party of India Degani. Ahmadzadeh. Maoist. Habash. Puyan. Ashraf. 2. Philosophical Trends in the 13. Revolutionary Works. Feminist Movement Seamus Costello. Anuradha Gandhi 14th. Urban Perspective. 3. Mini Manual of the Urban Communist Party of India. Guerrilla Maoist. Carlos Marighella 15th. 5 Essays on Philosophy. 4. The Communist Necessity. Mao Zedong. J. Mufawad Paul. 16th. Postmodernism Today. 5. Maoists in India. Writings, Siraj. And Interviews. 17. The National Question. Azad Ibrahim Kapakaya. 6th. 5. Golden Rays. 18 hours. Historic 8 documents. Mao Zedong Kahu. Mazumda. 7th. Stand for Socialism Against 19. A New Outlook on Health. Modern Revisionism Advocators. Armando Liwanag. 20 IA. Basic Principles of Marxism. 8. Tommy. Strategy for the Liberation Leninism. A Primer. Of Palestine Jose Maria Cizan. Phelp. 21. Toward a Scientific Analysis of 9. Against Avakianism. The Gay Question. Agith Los Angeles Research Group. 10. Specific Characteristics of R22. Activist. Study Erling. Activista. People's War. Iraq. Jose Maria Cizan Padepa. 11. Trato. Rethinking Socialism. What is 23? Education and to Govern. Socialist Transition. Advocators. Deng Yuan Hushu and Pao Yu Ching. Collection. Foundations. 1. Twine. The Foundations of Leninism 14. The Modern Prince. Joseph Stalin and Other Writings. 2. Tao. Wage Labor and Capital Antonio Gramsci. And Wages, Price, and Profit 15. What is to be done? Karl Marx F.D. Lenin. 3. Tao. Reform or Revolution. 16. Critique of the Gotha Program. Rosa Luxemburg. Karl Marx. 4. Socialism, Utopian and Scientific 17. Elementary Principles. Frederick Engels of Philosophy. 5. The State and Revolution, Georges. V. I. Lenin, 18th. Militarism and anti-militarism. 6. Labor in Irish History. Karl Liebknecht. James Connolly, 19. History and Class Consciousness. 7th and Shine. Anarchism or Socialism. Georg Lukács. And Trotskyism or Leninism. 20. 2. Tactics of Social Democracy. Joseph Stalin in the Democratic Revolution. 8. Manifesto of the Communist Party. V. I. Lenin and Principles of Communism. 21. Dialectical and Historical. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Materialism and Questions of. 9. Essays in Historical Materialism. Leninism. George Plekhanov. Joseph Stalin. 10. The Fascist Offensive. 22. The Reconquest of Ireland and Unity of the Working Class. James Connolly. George Dimitrov. 23. The 18th Brumaire of. 11th. Imperialism, the highest. Louis Bonaparte. Stage of Capitalism. Karl Marx. V. I. Lenin. 24. The Right to be Lazy. 12. The Origin of the Family, Private and Other Studies. Property and Estate. Paul Lafargue. Frederick Engels. 25. The Civil War in France. 13. The Housing Question. Karl Marx. Frederick Engels. 26. Anti-Düring. Frederick Engels. Acheve d'imprimer par Pixart Printing Spa. Via 1 degree Maggio 8, 30,020. Quarto d'Albinos. V. Dépôt Légal. Mars 2021. Imprimé en Italie.